Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to kindly welcome all of you for joining us today at the Indonesia Re International Conference 2024. Now, we'd like to inform all of you that this event will start very shortly. So with that being said, we'd like to kindly invite all of you to please come and join us inside the ballroom, and please do take your seats. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome and good morning to all of you. For all of you who are still at the foyer area, as we're about to begin our sequence of events today, please do come and join us inside the ballroom, and please do be seated. Thank you very much.
insurance industry. We look forward to an engaging and informative day ahead at the Indonesia Re International Conference 2024, themed Accelerating Transformation in the Insurance Industry, Driving Growth, Strengthening Resilience.
Sayang, si pato ka ang matego, tego, goro
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Indonesia Re International Conference 2024, Accelerating Transformation in Insurance Industry, Driving Growth, Strengthening Resilience. Now, why don't we start by asking, how is everybody feeling today? Apa kabar, Bapak Ibu? Why don't we start, if you're feeling great, let's start by giving ourselves a big round of applause. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for taking your time in your busy schedule to join us today. My name is Sasha Lauder, and it's such an honor for me to be your host once again at the Indonesia Re International Conference 2024. And on behalf of Indonesia Re, I would like to extend sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us today, both in person and also virtually. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, I'd like to take this time to extend our warmest welcome to our honorable guest today. Good morning and welcome to Her Excellency Ibu Hendrika Nora Osloi Sinaga, Assistant Deputy for Insurance and Pension Funds. Thank you so much for joining us. His Excellency Bapak Martin Manurung, Deputy Chairman of the House of Representatives of Indonesia, Commission 6. His Excellency Bapak Arsyad Rashid, Chairperson of Kadin. His Excellency Bapak Ogi Prasto Miono, Chief Executive of the Insurance, Guarantee Institutions, and Pension Fund Supervision. I would like to also extend our warmest welcome to the Board of Commissioners and Board of Directors of Indonesia Re, and also our panelists, our moderators, who also attend this event both virtually or in person. Once again, thank you so much for your attendance. The National Reinsurance Company is committed on their role for being the center of knowledge in the national insurance industry. Now, how do we do this? How do we be the center of knowledge? Now, one of the ways is by holding our company's annual event, which everybody is very familiar with the name of Indonesia Re International Conference, or IIC. Now, again, in 2024, we begin to hold this event once again to all of you, which is intended to be the mean for the national insurance industry and all of the stakeholders in the economic sectors to together identify, to describe, and to analyze the existing issue in the insurance sector and also economy at both the national and global levels, critically and in depth. And also, hopefully, during this 2 days event, ladies and gentlemen, we can together again and discuss the alternative solutions to these issues and engage in meaningful discussions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our sequence of events today, I would like to kindly ask all of you to please rise from your seats as we will together sing the national anthem of Indonesia. and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage the President Director of Indonesia Re, Bapak Beni Waworuntu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan dan salam sehat untuk semua. A very pleasant good morning to everyone, to the honorable keynote speaker, and to those give the valuable special remarks, both with attend the event here or by taping. Jadi Bapak Ibu mohon maaf karena salah satu yang bikin stres adalah pada saat kita menantikan konfirmasi nih, kedatangan bukan cuma para pejabat tapi Bapak dan Ibu sekalian yang ada di sini. Hari ini ternyata ada beberapa event bersamaan sehingga memang mungkin beberapa dari yang kita undang itu tidak bisa hadir secara offline di sini. Tapi nggak apa-apa, the show must go on, kita lanjutkan acaranya. So, let me give a special appreciations to those keynote speaker and some people who can attend this event. Firstly, Bapak Erlangga Hartanto, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, and second is Bapak Erick Thohir, Minister of Ministry State-Owned Enterprise, who is represented by Bapak Wahyu Setiawan, Expert Staff for Strategic Policy Implementation of State-Owned Enterprise. Panjang Bapak dan Ibu, sabar, karena memang undangan kita banyak. And then the next one is Pak Kartika Wirjoatmojo, Vice Minister of Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises, who is represented by Ibu Nora Osloy Sinaga, Assistant Deputy for Insurance and Pension Funds of State-Owned Enterprises. Bapak Martin Manurung, I believe he's on the way here, Deputy Chairman of the House of Representatives atau DPR, Indonesia Commission 6. Bapak Fatan Suci, Deputy Chairman of the House of Representatives of Indonesia, DPR, for tomorrow ya, Commission 11. Bapak Narendra Jatna, Deputy Attorney General on Civil and State Administrative, untuk besok. And then Bapak Ogi Prastomiono, Chief Executive of Insurance, Guarantee Institutions and Pension Funds Supervision, concurrently member of Board Commissioner of Financial Services Authority atau OJK. Pak Iwan Pasila, Deputy Commissioner for Insurance Guarantee and Retirement Supervision Financial Authority OJK. Bapak Teddy Barata, Deputy for Human Resources Management, Technology and Information, Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises. Bapak Robertus Bilitea, Deputy for Law and Legislation, Ministry State-Owned Enterprises. Bapak Adi Budiarso, Director of Financial Sector Policy Center, Fiscal Policy Agency. Bapak Arsyad Rashid, Chairman of Kadin, and also some friends from Kadin here. Ada Pak Tigor, Pak Gunawan, Pak Rudi. Thank you very much. And then Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Chairwoman of Apindo. Last but not least, Ibu Maisita Kristalin, Partner and Head of Asia Pacific Sustainable Finance and Policy at Systemic. And of course, our distinguished speaker, panelists and moderators, our esteemed sponsor representatives from Aon Reinsurance Solution, Mr. Richard Jones, thank you very much. KM Dastur Indonesia Re Insurance Brokers, Guy Carpenters, Munich Re, Gallagher Re, Asian Reinsurance Brokers, Bank Mandiri, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Bank BTN Syariah, Umbra, PT Mitra Integrasi Informatika, PT Care Technologies. And of course, to all respected participants who attend this event, both offline and online, who I cannot mention one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have known, Indonesia and the rest of the world are still in the state of uncertainty due to the pressure, challenges, and risks from various crises occurring on both nationally and globally. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic and of low interest rates, geopolitical conflicts, prolonged financial underperformance, heightened global natural catastrophic activity, and other relevant economic factors have induced the rebalancing of the global state. The ever-persistent uncertainties might lead to negative impact on the condition of the economic sector, including the growth and sustainability of the national insurance industry. Government, regulator, business practitioner, and other stakeholders have tried to map and implement some efforts to alleviate loss or to mitigate upcoming risks. This also including call insurance company to take bigger part in managing the risk. However, reinsurance as insurance for insurer, the backup for the backup, has not yet been seen as a financial risk management tool to mitigate the government's and society exposure to specific risks. In insurance industry, it is widely known that insurance purchase reinsurance to limit ability on a specific risk, to stabilize loss experience, to protect themselves and insured against catastrophes, and to increase their capacity. Therefore, reinsurance companies have systematic impact and have a stabilizing effect on the direct insurance industry and thereby and the economy overall. Reinsurance, together with insurance companies, holds a very critical role in maintaining the rotations of the economy and the quality of life of the people in the country. However, despite their pivotal role in the economy, it seems awareness about insurance industries, especially reinsurance companies, among public in general needs to be repeatedly and continuously shaped. We indicate that public awareness on insurance industry mainly is still low due to loss of trust, which is caused by insurance failure cases that are currently unresolved. Moreover, a series of revocations of insurance company business licenses by OJK or Financial Service Authority indicates that level of public vulnerability to insurance products. These make aspects of guarantees, default mechanisms, and aspect of increasing financial literacy and inclusions are important for stakeholders to pay attention to amidst the lack of public trust in the insurance industry. Low trust of public on insurance industry is also aggravated by low penetration rate in Indonesia. The lack of rapid growth in the insurance sector can be caused by low use and severe public trust in insurance products. This is due to the problems that often arise in the insurance sector in the form of difficult claims processes, premiums that are not affordable by all groups, lack of public access to insurance products, and the potential for default. This causes Indonesian low insurance penetration as a whole, which is only 3.18% of GDP by end of 2022 and 0.5% for general insurance by 2023. Another real bummer is how insurance fraud remains a widespread issue in Indonesia, costing businesses, insurance, and customers billions IDR each year. It entails intentional deception throughout the insurance process, from policy purchase to claim settlement. Healthcare insurance fraud, particularly medical fraud, stands out as one of the most financially burdensome fraud, followed by life insurance and property and casualty fraud. The impact of insurance fraud doesn't just affect business and insurers, it can also result in higher premium for customer. Yet, despite these challenges, the insurance industry, especially reinsurance company, is very well known as a cutthroat competitions. For a country with a very low penetrations, Indonesia has a fairly lot of insurance companies. You know, in 2023, we have more than 75 general insurance companies, and then more than 55 life insurance companies, and now we have around 8 to 9 reinsurance companies, which are fought over those insurance companies who contested for little pie of market. This raises an unhealthy competition among reinsurance companies, especially in terms of pricing. Insurance industry also hit by another relevant economic factor, that is deficit in balance of payment. Indonesia recorded as a deficit of 2.2 billion US dollars in the balance of payment at the first quarter of 2024, which widened twice as much as fourth quarter of 2023. There might be root of causes that make those issues happen. Dig a little deeper. The problem of failure to pay in insurance companies may be caused by the incapability of the company. There are some main drivers of the failure, such as insurance company management not implementing good corporate governance in a prudent and disciplined manner. Insurance products sold sometimes violate the proper rules and regulations, give customer almost impossible promise, unreasonable benefits and investment returns to customers. In line with this, companies also sometimes do not carry out risk management in an inherent and strict manner. Reinsurance companies often come to spotlight due to how weak its risk identification and selection. At its core, the fundamental objective of reinsurance is to manage and distribute risk transfer from insurance companies. Based on this ground, risk management in reinsurance companies become very fundamental. However, due to high level of competition, reinsurance companies seems to put aside proper risk management and carrying out weak underwriting process and careless business acceptance. Besides the incapability, lack of capacity in insurance and reinsurance companies may be one of the root cause. Insurers must in fact maintain enough capital to carry the risk that they underwrite. Should they take on more risk than they could afford to pay out in claims, then they would become insolvent in the event of total loss. As such, insurance will purchase reinsurance to guarantee they have sufficient capital in respect of paying the claims. Recognizing of capacity in insurance industry, Financial Services Authority or OJK, through POJK number 23, years 2023, has raised the minimum equity for insurance and reinsurance firms, reflecting the regulator's effort to strengthen the financial base of the insurance and reinsurance sector in Indonesia. However, some insurance and insurance companies find that this regulation is challenging enough to meet. Furthermore, insurance industry operates under the increased scrutiny of an ever-changing regulatory environment. Insurers and reinsurers are expected to fully understand how changes at the regulation in the state level impact their organizations, as well as meet customer expectation for substantial coverage with fair requirements and claim processes. Collaboration among insurers, regulators, and other stakeholders will be the key to help forge a path toward a customer and tech-centered future as insurers work to navigate the impact of artificial intelligence, solvency strengthening issues, and climate change to provide proper coverage for customer. From the explanation above, it is clear that reinsurance should be the last resort of risk mitigations and also as the backbone of the economy and the country risk manager. Reinsurance companies will manage the risk to retain, to diversify, and to disperse those risks among the ecosystem. Individuals and organizations lessen the impact of risk and prevent catastrophic financial losses by shifting the financially responsibility to the insurance company. On the other hand, the insurance companies mitigate the exposure to large losses, ensuring their financial stability and ability to pay claims to reinsurance. And for that reason, the scheme between industry and insurance risk management should be mirrored between the insurers and reinsurance. In essence, reinsurance is the bedrock for the insurance industry, ensuring that it can continue to offer protection and peace of mind to individuals and businesses, no matter how turbulent the seas of risk may come. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we know the importance of insurance industry, it is crucial to the industry to be resilient and sustainable. For insurance and reinsurance companies, transformation is mandatory to maintain their competitive advantage, ensure their sustainability growth, and maintains the relevance in the industry. In the transformation perspective, a significant role of an insurance or reinsurance company is played by the implementation and advancement of data analytics, artificial intelligence, human resources, green investment, ESG, etc. Transformation is also needed by insurance and reinsurance companies to overcome challenges and seize promising opportunities to improve performance, boost business growth, provide the best service for customer, and strengthen resilience and sustainability. Indonesia reopened the discussion space regarding the creation of resilience and sustainability in the insurance industry through transformation in an international event entitled Indonesia Re Conference 2024 with the main theme accelerating transformation in insurance industry, driving growth, strengthening resilience. I welcome you all to the event and wish this event will be insightful for us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Beni Waworanto, for your opening speech and for setting the tone for our event today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, for the next session, we will listen to keynote speeches and also special remarks from our distinguished speakers. Now, first, who unfortunately could not join us today in person, however, he would still share his insights with us through a video. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us now shift our attention to the screen as we welcome the Chief Executive of the Insurance, Guarantee Institutions and Pensions Fund Supervision of the Financial Services Authority, Bapak Ogi Prastomiono.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera bagi kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Bapak Ibu hadirin, serta para narasumber Indonesia Re International Conference 2024 yang berbahagia. Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, atas berkah dan rahmat-Nya, sehingga kita bisa berkesempatan untuk hadir dan berkumpul dalam acara siang hari ini dengan topik Accelerating Transformation in Insurance Industry, Driving Growth, Strengthening Resilience. Apresiasi kami sampaikan kepada PT Reasuransi Indonesia Utama atas penyelenggaraan acara ini, dan kami berharap kegiatan ini dapat memperkuat jalinan sinergi, koordinasi, dan komunikasi di antara seluruh stakeholder terkait di industri asuransi dan reasuransi. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, berdasarkan data bulan Mei 2024, diketahui bahwa secara agregat aset industri asuransi mencapai 1.120,57 triliun rupiah atau tumbuh positif sebesar 1,30% year on year. Selanjutnya dilihat dari asuransi komersial, asuransi jiwa konvensional mencatatkan aset sebesar 583,94 triliun rupiah, untuk aset asuransi jiwa syariah sebesar 33,19 triliun rupiah. Sedangkan asuransi umum dan reasuransi konvensional mencatatkan aset sebesar 271,74 triliun rupiah, untuk aset asuransi umum dan reasuransi syariah sebesar 12,12 triliun rupiah. Berikutnya di sisi premi dan klaim per Mei 2024 juga mengalami pertumbuhan positif. OJK mencatat pertumbuhan premi sebesar 7,93% year on year, yaitu mencapai 210,44 triliun rupiah. Pada sisi klaim tercatat pertumbuhan 9,95% year on year, yaitu mencapai 166,11 triliun rupiah. Reasuransi memiliki peran yang penting dari ekosistem sektor industri asuransi, yaitu dalam mendukung mekanisme penyebaran risiko yang ditanggung atau dikelola oleh perusahaan asuransi, menjaga kinerja keuangan dan solvabilitas perusahaan asuransi dari dampak volatilitas klaim yang besar, mengoptimalkan kapasitas permodalan dan kemampuan akseptasi risiko, serta menyediakan backup untuk mendukung pengelolaan risiko katastrofik. Selain dari penyediaan dukungan transfer risiko yang diasuransikan, perusahaan reasuransi juga berperan sebagai counterpart yang menyediakan berbagai fungsi strategis bagi perusahaan asuransi, yaitu review atas kesesuaian dukungan reasuransi yang sedang berjalan, pengembangan desain dukungan reasuransi yang ideal, penyediaan data statistik sebagai salah satu dasar perhitungan premi, penelitian dan pengembangan produk asuransi, dan knowledge sharing. OJK menilai bahwa peran reasuransi domestik perlu lebih dioptimalkan untuk mendukung pertumbuhan dan perkembangan sektor industri asuransi nasional. Data statistik menunjukkan bahwa proporsi premi reasuransi ke luar negeri terhadap total premi reasuransi pada tahun 2022 mencapai 34,8%. Berikutnya pada tahun 2023, proporsi tersebut meningkat mencapai 38,1%. Selain itu, neraca pembayaran untuk sektor asuransi tercatat masih negatif akibat transaksi reasuransi ke luar negeri yang lebih besar jika dibandingkan dengan transaksi reasuransi yang masuk ke dalam negeri. Pada tahun 2023, neraca pembayaran sektor asuransi tercatat sebesar minus 10,2 triliun rupiah atau meningkat 28,22% dibandingkan dengan nilai defisit pada tahun 2022 yang tercatat sebesar minus 7,95 triliun rupiah. Rangkaian data statistik tersebut merupakan indikasi bahwa struktur industri reasuransi yang sehat saat ini oleh pelaku lokal masih perlu dikembangkan secara optimal dan berkelanjutan. Bapak, Ibu, serta hadirin yang berbahagia, untuk merespon berbagai tantangan dalam rangka mendorong pengembangan sektor industri perasuransian nasional, OJK bersama-sama dengan seluruh stakeholders telah menerbitkan buku Peta Jalan Pengembangan dan Penguatan Perasuransian Indonesia 2023-2027. Peta Jalan Perasuransian tersebut disusun dengan visi mewujudkan industri asuransi yang sehat, efisien, dan berintegritas, memperkuat perlindungan konsumen dan masyarakat, serta mendukung pertumbuhan ekonomi. Selain itu, terdapat target makro yaitu peningkatan penetrasi dan densitas asuransi pada tahun 2027. Visi tersebut akan dicapai melalui 4 pilar atau kerangka kerja dan akan diimplementasikan ke dalam 3 fase, yaitu fase penguatan fondasi untuk tahun 2023-2024, fase mengkonsolidasikan dan menciptakan momentum untuk tahun 2025-2026, serta fase penyesuaian dan pertumbuhan pada tahun 2027. Selanjutnya, pilar atau kerangka kerja tersebut diturunkan ke dalam program-program strategis sebagai pendukung pencapaian peta jalan yang akan dievaluasi capaiannya dengan menggunakan beberapa indikator. Bapak, Ibu, serta hadirin yang berbahagia, program strategis peta jalan mengenai reasuransi diantaranya terdapat pada fase 1 dan fase 3, yaitu pada fase 1 penguatan kelembagaan perusahaan asuransi dan reasuransi melalui penguatan permodalan, merger, konsolidasi, dan pengelompokan perusahaan asuransi sesuai ketentuan serta penguatan dari sisi penguatan reasuransi. Berikutnya pada fase 3, yaitu penguatan reasuransi dalam negeri dari segi kapasitas. Program ini memiliki indikator keberhasilan, yaitu peningkatan kapasitas reasuransi dalam negeri melalui penguatan permodalan dan kompetensi dalam pengelolaan risiko dan penurunan defisit neraca perdagangan yang terkait dengan aktivitas reasuransi. Bapak, Ibu, serta hadirin yang berbahagia, sebagaimana tercantum pada peta jalan perasuransian, penguatan pengaturan termasuk di dalam salah satu pilar pengembangan dan penguatan perasuransian. Pada tahun 2023, OJK telah menerbitkan 10 peraturan OJK dan 4 SEOJK. 8 POJK diantaranya merupakan amanat dari Undang-Undang P2SK. Pada tahun 2024, OJK sedang memproses 10 POJK, 3 SEOJK, di mana 7 POJK diantaranya merupakan amanat Undang-Undang P2SK. Selanjutnya pada tahun 2025, OJK merencanakan akan menerbitkan 9 POJK dan 9 SEOJK. 3 POJK merupakan pendukung peraturan pemerintah. Selanjutnya, dalam rangka memperkuat kapasitas industri bagi pelaku usaha baru atau new entry, maupun peningkatan ekuitas minimum bagi pelaku usaha yang telah mendapatkan izin usaha. Untuk perusahaan yang akan mengajukan pendirian disyaratkan modal disetor sebagai berikut: perusahaan asuransi 1 triliun rupiah, perusahaan reasuransi 2 triliun rupiah, perusahaan asuransi syariah 500 miliar rupiah, perusahaan reasuransi syariah 1 triliun rupiah. Ekuitas minimum bagi perusahaan yang telah mendapatkan izin usaha terbagi menjadi 2 tahap. Tahap pertama dengan jangka waktu penyesuaian paling lambat 31 Desember 2026, yaitu sebagai berikut: 250 miliar rupiah bagi perusahaan asuransi, 500 miliar rupiah bagi perusahaan reasuransi, 100 miliar rupiah bagi perusahaan asuransi syariah, dan 200 miliar bagi perusahaan reasuransi syariah. Tahap kedua dengan jangka waktu penyesuaian paling lambat 13 Desember 2028 dilakukan berdasarkan pengelompokan perusahaan dengan ketentuan: pertama, kelompok perusahaan perasuransian berdasarkan ekuitas atau KPPE 1, yaitu 500 miliar rupiah bagi perusahaan asuransi, 1 triliun rupiah bagi perusahaan reasuransi, 200 miliar bagi perusahaan asuransi syariah, dan 400 miliar rupiah bagi perusahaan reasuransi syariah. Kedua, kelompok perusahaan perasuransian berdasarkan ekuitas KPPE 2, yaitu 1 triliun rupiah bagi perusahaan asuransi, 2 triliun rupiah bagi perusahaan reasuransi, 500 miliar rupiah bagi perusahaan asuransi syariah, dan 1 triliun rupiah bagi perusahaan reasuransi syariah. Berdasarkan pemenuhan ekuitas tahap kedua, dibedakan menjadi 2 kelompok perusahaan perasuransian berdasarkan ekuitas, yaitu KPP 1 dan KPP 2. KPP 1 dilarang menyelenggarakan kegiatan usaha dan atau produk asuransi selain kegiatan usaha dan atau produk asuransi sederhana. Sedangkan KPP 2 dapat menyelenggarakan seluruh kegiatan usaha atau produk asuransi. Bapak, Ibu, serta hadirin yang berbahagia, sebagaimana kita ketahui bersama, Undang-Undang P2SK telah disahkan. Oleh karena itu, amanat dari undang-undang tersebut harus kita kerjakan. Berikut adalah beberapa di antara program strategis peta jalan perasuransian yang merupakan amanat Undang-Undang P2SK. Pertama, pengembangan produk asuransi. Program ini memiliki indikator keberhasilan yaitu telah terdapatnya asuransi wajib sesuai kebutuhan dan terselenggaranya asuransi bencana. Kedua, program penjaminan polis PPP. Indikator keberhasilannya adalah tentu saja telah siapnya komponen peluncuran PPP termasuk peraturan dan infrastruktur. Spin-off unit bisnis asuransi syariah, indikatornya adalah 100% usaha syariah memenuhi ketentuan spin-off. Keempat, kejelasan ruang lingkup usaha, yaitu produk asuransi yang berkaitan dengan kegiatan perkreditan. Bapak, Ibu, serta hadirin yang berbahagia, akhir kata, semoga konferensi ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar dan kami berharap kegiatan ini dapat menghasilkan insight dan masukan yang konstruktif dalam mewujudkan industri perasuransian yang sehat dan berkelanjutan. Demikian sambutan dari kami. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi 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 Om.
Thank you very much, Bapak Oki, for your keynote today. Next up, we will still have another keynote video, which will be presented by the Chairman of Kadin Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Arsyad Rashid.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to thank and congratulate PT Reasuransi Indonesia Utama Persero as the host of Indonesia Re International Conference 2024. It is a truly great honor for me to speak on behalf of Kadin Indonesia, or the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, the sole organization mandated by law to represent the business community in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's Enhanced Nationally Determined Contribution, or ENDC, calls for a more ambitious national climate target, aiming to reach 31.89% unconditional emission reduction by 2030 and reach net zero by 2060 or sooner. However, there are risks associated with the efforts to transition to be a green and sustainable economy, such as involving a lot of investment with high uncertainty, since the risks are hard to be predicted due to a lack of historical data. This is where the insurance industry, including reinsurance companies, plays a role to take on part of the risk, making investment in environmentally friendly efforts more affordable and safe for the investors. Ladies and gentlemen, as the home for businesses and industry in Indonesia, Kadin Indonesia recognizes the pivotal role of the reinsurance industry in promoting sustainability and accelerating the energy transition. By providing financial stability and risk mitigation, and enabling insurance company to offer broader coverage, encouraging investment in the green economy. With the spirit of Indonesia called Gotong Royong, Kadin believed that strong collaboration across industries between the private and public sectors and international parties is needed to build a green, resilient, and future-ready Indonesia. With that, together, we can achieve Indonesia golden time of 2045 when we are 100 years of independence and this pathway towards sustainable growth. I hope this event is insightful and productive for all. And with that, I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Bapak Arshad Rashid, for your time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, though previously we have seen videos from our keynote speakers who unfortunately could not join us today. Next up, we have a keynote speaker, and we are very delighted to have him join us today and spend his valuable time. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage the Deputy Chairman of the House of Representatives of Indonesia from Commission 6, Bapak Martin Manurung. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning for everyone in this room. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Martin Manurung. Currently, I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Commission 6 in the Indonesian Parliament, which deals with investment, trade, and also state-owned enterprises. We also deal with cooperatives and small and medium enterprises. Also business competition and national standardization. So it deals with a lot of the real sectors. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, Ibu Nora from the State-Owned Enterprises Ministry, and also Pak Benny Waworuntu, our CEO. It is a privilege here to stand before you at the Indonesia Re International Conference 2024, and I am asked to share my insights on a subject that I think it's very critical, which is accelerating sustainable and green investment in Indonesia. I think this topic has become an international attention, an international issue, but I think Indonesia has to deal with a lot of preparations to catch up, not only for the rest of the world, but also for the neighboring countries. As we navigate the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century, it is clear that sustainable and green investments are no longer just a niche market or a trendy buzzword. They are essential components in our economic strategy and our commitment to ensuring the livable planet for future generations. The need to transition towards a green economy is more urgent than ever. We see now climate change, resource depletion, and environmental degradation are issues that are already in front of us and require collective action. Indonesia, with its vast natural resources and strategic position, has a unique opportunity to lead in this global transition. However, to realize this potential, we must understand the current landscape of green investment, recognize the benefits it brings to our economy, and address the challenges that hinder its growth. Today, I will discuss the development of green investment in supporting global economic growth, Indonesia's current position, and the gaps we face. Of course, the economic benefits of green investment, the steps we have taken to attract these investments, and the challenges that lie ahead. Over the past decade, green investment has emerged as a powerful driver of global economic growth. This trend is fueled by the urgent need to combat climate change and the growing recognition of the economic benefits that sustainable practices bring. According to the International Finance Corporation, the green economy presents a $23 trillion investment opportunity across emerging markets by 2030. In 2022 alone, global green bond issuance reached $500 billion, making a significant increase from previous years. Green investments also contribute significantly to job creation, energy security, and technological innovation. For example, the renewable energy sector employed over 12 million people worldwide in 2021. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, countries like Germany and Denmark have set remarkable examples where green investments have not only bolstered their economies, but also positioned them as leaders in renewable energy and sustainable development. Germany's Energy Window initiative aims for 65% of its electricity to come from renewables by 2030, creating thousands of jobs and fostering innovation. Indonesia, our country, stands at a crucial juncture in its journey towards sustainable development. Our country has made notable strides in green investment, particularly in renewable energy projects, sustainable agriculture, and ecotourism. According to the Institute of Essential Services Reform, Indonesia attracted $1.5 billion in renewable energy investment in 2022. However, there remains a significant gap when we compare our progress with other developing nations. While Indonesia has attracted substantial green investments, we still lag behind countries like China and India, which have aggressively pursued green initiatives. China invested over $90 billion in renewable energy in 2021, becoming the world's largest producer of solar panels and wind turbines. Meanwhile, India's commitment to achieving 175 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2022 has attracted billions in foreign investments and set ambitious targets for the future. To bridge this gap, Indonesia must intensify its efforts to create an enabling environment for green investments, addressing both policy and market barriers. The benefits of green investment extend far beyond environmental sustainability. They are pivotal in driving economic growth and increasing national income. Green investments lead to creation of high-quality jobs, stimulate innovation, and enhance energy security. They also attract foreign direct investment, boosting our economic resilience and global competitiveness. For Indonesia, the potential economic gains are substantial. By investing in renewable energy, we can reduce our reliance on imported fossil fuels, which our deposits are now, recognize, are decreasing, thus improving our trade balance. Sustainable agricultural practices can increase crop yields and farmers' incomes, while ecotourism can generate significant revenue and create jobs in rural areas. According to a World Bank report, green growth could add $30 billion to Indonesia's GDP by 2030 and create over 3 million jobs. Moreover, green investments can enhance public health by reducing pollution and mitigating the impacts of climate change. This in turn reduces healthcare costs and improves the quality of life of our citizens. Our country has taken several commendable steps to attract green investments. The government has introduced various incentives, such as tax breaks, subsidies, and streamlined permitting processes for renewable energy process. We also have established regulatory frameworks to support green financing and promote sustainable practices across industries. Public-private partnerships play a crucial role in our strategy by fostering collaboration between the public and private sectors. We can leverage resources, share risks, and accelerate the implementation of green projects. Additionally, initiatives aimed at building local capacity and encouraging innovation in green technologies are vital to sustaining this momentum. The establishment of the Indonesia Investment Authority, INA, is also a key step towards mobilizing funds for sustainable infrastructure projects, if we manage it correctly. Now, I think this is Indonesia's problem. Despite these efforts, several challenges remain. Classic complex regulations and bureaucratic hurdles often deters investors. Streamlining these processes and enhancing transparency are essential to building investor confidence. Financial barriers such as access to capital and the high upfront costs of green projects also pose significant challenges. To address this issue, we need innovative financing mechanisms, including green bonds and blended finance models. The other problem is market readiness. Developing mature markets and reliable infrastructure for green investments is also very important. This includes investing in research and development, as well as creating robust supply chains for renewable energy technologies. The development of green finance instruments, such as Indonesia's issuance of green sukuk bonds, is a positive step in this direction. Lastly, as we can see in every day during our daily life, public awareness and support are also crucial. We must engage and educate our citizens about the benefits of green investments and foster a culture of sustainability. Overcoming these challenges requires a concerted effort from all stakeholders, including the government, private sectors, and civil society. In conclusion, accelerating sustainable and green investment in Indonesia is not just an environmental imperative, but also an economic opportunity that we cannot afford to miss. Green investments have the power to drive economic growth, create high-quality jobs, and enhance our nation's resilience to global challenges. By committing to a sustainable path, we are not only securing a prosperous future for our economy, but also contributing to the global effort to combat climate change and protect our planet. The road ahead is filled with both opportunities and challenges. It is imperative that we continue to build on the progress that we have made, address the gaps that exist, and create an environment that fosters innovation and attracts green investments. This requires a concerted efforts from all stakeholders, which is all of us in this room, the government, the private sector, civil society, and international partners. To our policymakers, I urge you to continue refining and implementing policies that incentivize sustainable investments and remove bureaucratic hurdles. To our business leaders, I encourage you to invest boldly in green technologies and practices, recognizing that sustainability is not just a moral obligation, but a competitive advantage in our age. And to our citizens, your support and advocacy are crucial in driving the cultural shifts towards sustainability. Together, we can transform Indonesia into a global leader in green investment, setting an example for other nations to follow. Let us seize this moment and make the strategic, bold, and visionary decisions that will define our future. The journey to a sustainable and prosperous Indonesia begins with the actions that we take today. Thank you very much for your attention and commitment to this vital cause, and let us move forward with determination and optimism, knowing that our efforts today will pave the way for a brighter, greener tomorrow, and also for our children and grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bapak Martin Manurung, would you kindly remain on the stage? Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time to share your insight and key messages with us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, for that matter, allow me to invite to come and join Bapak Martin on stage, Bapak Benny Pawardu as our President Director, to come forward and present a token of appreciation to our esteemed speaker today. Bapak Benny, would you kindly hand over our sincere gratitude to Bapak Martin Manurung for joining us today. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now, by having a group photo together, to Bapak Martin and Bapak Benny, please remain on the stage as we will continue with the next session. Once again, our heartfelt gratitude to our keynote speaker. Thank you so much, Pak, for sharing your insights. And for everyone, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, joining us today here at the Indonesia Re International Conference 2024, we will begin by officially commencing our event. Bapak Benny and Bapak Martin, now I would like to invite to come and join both of you on stage, Ibu Henrika Nora Osloi Sinaga. Please come and join us up for the opening ceremony of the Indonesia Re International Conference 2024. And to witness this procession, we'd like to also invite the Board of Commissioners and also the Board of Directors of Indonesia Re. Please do come and join us up on stage. Now, as we kindly ask the Board of Commissioners and Board of Directors to witness this procession, Bapak Martin, together with Bapak Benny and Ibu Nora here, we'd like to kindly ask you, as we are standing behind the podium, very easy, we're just going to put our right hand together on the panel and we're going to do the countdown together, okay? Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're ready. If anybody would like to put on your videos as we'd like to memorize this momentous event. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to start the countdown in 3, 2, 1. Indonesia Re International Conference 2024 has officially opened. Please give a big round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen on the stage, we kindly invite you to take a group photo together. Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned before during Bapak Martin's speech, that in this moment, we have challenges, but also opportunities ahead. And hoping that during our event today, we can address those challenges and turn them into opportunities together as the important stakeholders in the industry. Now, ladies and gentlemen, another big smile for the camera. In 3, 2, 1. All right, a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being on the stage and officially opening our conference today. And again, on behalf of Indonesia Re, Bapak Martin Manurung, our heartfelt gratitude for you on sharing your thoughts, your insights. Thank you so much, Pak, for being here with us and also being part of our opening ceremony. Ibu Nara, thank you so much. To our Board of Commissioners, Board of Directors, thank you. You may return to your seats. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned that not only we have keynote speeches and also special remarks from our distinguished speakers today. Next up, we will have a special announcement regarding the ASEAN Renewable Energy Pool. This presentation will be delivered by the Senior Vice President at Guy Carpenter. So with that, please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Danny Lai.
Selamat pagi and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the IIC committee for giving the opportunity and time slot to showcase this. My name is Danny Lai, and I'm from Guy Carpenter and Company. Today, I will be presenting the ASEAN Renewable Energy Pool on behalf of the pool members. All right, thank you. Okay, today I will walk through about the pool, regarding the background, how the pool came about, the solution as provided, the general appetite for the pool, and also how to reach out to the pool. The ASEAN nations have a renewable energy strategy. The goal of the ASEAN Plan of Action for Energy Cooperation is to increase the energy component of renewable energy to 23% by 2025. So now we are in phase 2 of the RPEC. This target is to increase the share of renewable energy of installed power capacity to 35% by 2025. ASEAN is fortunate and blessed to be located near the Earth's equator. There is sunshine almost all year round. So with this, there is a strong drive for solar power. Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, and Malaysia constitute to 92% of solar PV capacity in the ASEAN region. Asia has become the world's largest solar PV market at the end of 2023. If you look at the chart, there's a rapid growth for over the past 10 years for solar PV installed capacity in the ASEAN regions, from less than 5,000 megawatts to over 25,000 now. The ASEAN solar market is still expected to grow in the next 5 years with the government's efforts. Indonesia, Singapore, and Malaysia are also looking at floating solar panels. There are many new commission projects, and these are of large-scale solar farms. ASEAN also experiences strong winds, especially the countries facing the ocean. So with this, it comes as no surprise that Vietnam, Thailand, and Philippines have the largest wind power capacity in the region. Indonesia is also catching up. If you look at the chart, there's also rapid growth as per the solar statistic earlier. So from 2013 all the way to 2023, the light blue represents the onshore solar farm, and the dark blue at the bottom is the offshore wind farms. So the offshore wind farms are mainly located in Vietnam, and Philippines is starting to explore the offshore wind options.
Yes, sir.
So with all this information available, an idea was conceived to come up with an ESG scheme or a pool to support the government's renewable energy initiative in terms of facultative reinsurers. So this pool will need to have a defined scope, territory, lines of business that the members are comfortable with. You will need to have a pool manager, a lead underwriter, and broker to do up the contract underwriting, administration, and also for the scheme arrangement. And the ASEAN reinsurance members to provide capacity in forms of quota share or pool units. So now all this has already come together and in place. The ASEAN Renewable Energy Pool is formed with a vision to build capacity to support the ASEAN government's renewable energy policy. And we are pleased to announce that the ASEAN Renewable Energy Pool is now live and active, effective 1st of July 2024. So these are the technical members for the pool. The lead underwriter is Chop Insurance. We have the pool manager and also representing Malaysia, that is Malaysian Re. There's the reinsurance broker, Guy Carpenter. Cambodia will be represented by Cambodia Re. Indonesia will be represented by the host today, Indonesia Re. Philippines will be represented by National Reinsurance Corporation of Philippines, Thailand, Thai Re, and Vietnam will be represented by Vina Re. So the technical committee will sit together every quarter to discuss and share ideas regarding the pool and how to develop business from their respective countries. So over here, I will share how the business flows into the pool and how the pool operates. So there are country pipelines for renewable energy, and the submissions will come in from the broker and cedant to send the renewable energy accounts to the pool manager. The pool manager will then discuss and be in touch with the lead underwriter for their decision and also to come up with terms to support the account. The pool members will in turn fully provide capacity and support the lead underwriter's decision, and the pool manager will stamp and come back with the decision to the broker and underwriter and the cedants. So over here are the high-level general guidelines for the pool. What is the pool appetite? The scope of cover is very straightforward. Property and engineering reinsurances in forms of physical damage, business interruption, and machinery breakdown. The target sum insured for the pool targets accounts are ranging from a minimum of 25 million US up to a maximum of 200 million US. The territorial scope will be ASEAN countries for now. As for the line of business, the pool is still in the first stage, for the first year in operation, so the members tend to be more conservative. The pool will be only looking into operational onshore wind and also the operational onshore ground-mounted PV solar. The pool capacity is at 40 million. With this 40 million, there is sufficient capacity to provide a substantial support in their targeted accounts. There is also a minimum premium of US 10,000 for the pool share. Over here, we have the pool manager's contact. So this is who you contact for the pool. Their email is arep@malaysian-re.com.my. Malaysian Re is well known in the ASEAN region. They have supported your risks, I'm sure. They are rated A by Fitch and A- by AM Best with stable outlook. Malaysian Re has vast experience in managing pools. There is the Malaysian Energy Pool, there's the Aviation Pool, and also the Motor Pool. Next, a bit of background about Chubb Insurance. I believe everyone has heard of Chubb. They are a world leader in P&C business. Chubb Limited, their parent company, is listed in the NYSE and is a component of a S&P 500 index. They are rated AA by S&P and A++ by AM Best. So rest assured that the pool is supported by a reputable underwriter. And the reinsurance broker is Guy Carpenter & Company. We are over 100 years in existence. We are part of Marsh & McLennan. We have a global reach with over 60 offices worldwide. So as a leading reinsurance broker, Guy Carpenter is able to deliver top-notch broking expertise, strategic advisory services, and industry-leading analytics to our clients. And with this, thank you for viewing and listening to this presentation. The key takeaway is that we hope that everyone present here is aware that there is an ASEAN renewable energy pool, and it is up and running. We look forward to your support to make the ASEAN renewable energy pool a success in the ASEAN region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanilai, for the insightful announcement. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, we'd like to inform you that we have one more special remarks from a very special guest who has traveled from afar to join us here today. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the CEO of Reinsurance Solutions Asia, Aon, Mr. Richard Jones.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It's great to see everybody here, and it's wonderful to be back in Jakarta. I didn't come from so far away. I came from Singapore, but thank you for those nice comments. Huge thank you to Pak Benny, Indonesian Re, and the organising committee for allowing Aon to be here today. It's a great privilege, and it's also a great privilege to open this session with a topic that really defines our industry, I think, for all of us. Data and analytics, we don't do anything without referring to a data point or something analytical. It seems everything we do is dictated by those two items. And, you know, we collectively, I think Aon spends $1 billion, but that everybody in this room, the billions and billions of dollars we're spending developing and refining our processes for extracting this liquid gold of information, because that's really what it is. Of course, you know, the upsides, we're all better informed, we're better advised, and you know, we hope we make better decisions. You know, there's an old saying which says, you can have data without information, but you can't have information without data. And I think that absolutely rings true. The quality of data sets and analytics has exponentially improved in the last 2 or 3 decades, but particularly in the last decade. It's impacted both insurance and reinsurance. Specifically insurance, it's enabled us to bring in parametric solutions which rely almost totally on data and good data sets. And in the reinsurance world, it's enabled us to tap into alternative blocks of capacity, apart from traditional capacities such as ILS and the like, and it's probably brought at least another $100 billion of capacity globally. But that's all backed up by data and analytics. Now, I have an admission to make. I'm just an ultimate user of data and analytics, but I do appreciate, the blood, sweat, and tears that are produced in the development of this and the number of people that are involved. You will hear from many experts today. I am just setting the scene, and those guys' intellect far exceeds mine, but even a layman such as myself can see where the challenges lie. And the challenges are complex, and yet they're also simple, or a combination of the both. And I am going to use one very, very simple example today, and then maybe look at a more complex one. But when we look at the main challenges, multiple sources of data across data sets, within data sets, there's inconsistencies, and one of the biggest issues that's particularly prevalent in my world is what we call lagging, or out-of-date data. We're always referring to data that is, sometimes 12 months old. It's really difficult to get up-to-date data. So they're fairly simple challenges, but they're very real ones, and we see them all the time in our business. So that's a high-level view on what we're seeing globally. If we look at Indonesia, which is obviously of most relevance to everybody in this room today, we all know Indonesia ranks highly globally in the list of countries most vulnerable to Nat Cat, and it's alongside Philippines, it's the most vulnerable in Southeast Asia, and obviously exposed to all the major perils: earthquake, floods, tsunamis, volcanic eruption. Now, to be better prepared in dealing on both the risk preparedness and post-event claims assessment, it's really important to have an intricate understanding of the underlying risk itself. And this is where improved data comes in. It can help enormously in a true and accurate as possible assessment of risk. But, as I said, the challenges facing insurance companies in capturing exposure data is both complex and simple on certain levels. If we look at the main points, quite often there's a lack of awareness on how this underlying data can impact the assessment and efficient transfer of risk, particularly with regard to secondary perils such as flood. We're all dealing with legacy IT platforms with limitations and decentralized data storage, making it extremely difficult to access comprehensive data sets. And then understanding the true cost benefit of investing in digital systems and improved data capture. Improving data takes time, takes money, takes a lot of money, takes more money, and then more money. And we all work to budgets, and quite often we're working with multiple stakeholders who may not all benefit directly from the process. So there can be frustrations at those levels. And more recently, depending on which territory or jurisdiction we're in, data privacy challenges can limit or complicate the application of such improved data externally and can prove a big limitation. And then if we go into specialized lines of business such as agriculture, which is going to be a big line of business in Indonesia at some stage, I'm absolutely convinced of that, given the dynamics here, we deal with unbelievably large data sets, almost taking in whole continents, and then you're doing multiple crops, and it gets very, very complex. So at a simplistic level, for the majority of the industry, we're still only capturing exposure at cresta resolution, which obviously for Indonesia is basically provincial level. And I'm looking at flood in particular now. If we look at Jakarta, we're quite often dealing with one insured value, largely consistent for the last 10 to 15 years, but only a handful of companies provide higher risk together, and we all need to assist in the process. And in looking at that example, we've had a real life case recently, and if we look at one of your neighbors, Malaysia, Malaysia's a sophisticated insurance market with relatively no Nat Cat exposure, which is huge at a district level and for multiple crops. Now, the challenges of that, as I said before, it's a huge data set. It's mind-bogglingly huge. We face correlation issues across the perils. Obviously, crop, it's a living organism, which makes it incredibly difficult to model. And it's susceptible to flood, typhoon, locust attacks, and the like. And it's very difficult to pin down the exact loss caused by a specific event, because it could involve multiples of those perils, because plants always have a chance of recovery. And also it depends on whether the loss occurs, whether it's in the early growing season or later. So the loss can vary between 10 and 90%. Therefore, typical CAT models just don't work. So the challenge there was, there's no model, what on earth do we do? So the solution in that case, we built an agricultural aggregate loss model. So, net result, we're able to model the losses of the client's portfolios, and when combined with other analytical processes such as DFA, we were able to provide insights on the portfolio and optimize their reinsurance purchase. The key differentiator was basically experience, knowledge, and adaptability. So no easy answer to some of these data and analytical issues. And when we look at the next major issue, and it's been talked about earlier this morning, is we have to overlay climate change. And that's where it gets really, really difficult and adds another layer of complexity. So whatever data or analysis we have, we then have another issue. And as an industry, I know we're collectively looking at it, as a company, Aon, are looking at how we deal with this and how we get it to make sense, because it's not straightforward. So if I can summarize the benefits of capturing better data and therefore hopefully mitigating the challenges of actually obtaining that data, we're able to make more informed reinsurance decisions. We can incorporate granular data on property types, values, occupancies, and improve risk assessments and understand better potential losses, because that's what it's all about. And then we can ensure the treaty coverage is optimized based on the true representation of risk and in line with internal and external risk tolerance requirements. We can also have better informed underwriting and the ability to utilize visual mapping software and better underwrite the risk using high-resolution geospatial and meteorological data. Then also vulnerability assessment and CAT model calibration, which really is absolutely reliant on detailed data. We can analyze detailed building characteristics to evaluate structured vulnerabilities, allowing for more precise risk modeling. And all this leads to a more accurate assessment of risk. But as I said earlier, it's not always straightforward, and sometimes there's fundamental issues which cause blockages in the system. So, in conclusion, I think there's some very simple messages here. And, given where Indonesia is, okay, it's a leading cat-prone country globally. It's also one of the fastest growing countries globally. It's got a fantastic future. The dynamics are great. But we know there's going to be a lot more asset to insure here in the future. The message is it's imperative to be proactive rather than reactive in addressing NatCat data, and as we saw in the example of the Malaysian flood. And maybe one of the other challenges, which I think we all face, is a mindset challenge. And it's an educational challenge, and I think we saw that in Pak Benny's speech. It's an educational process of how important reinsurance is to the ecosystem of the economy and sustainability, in addition to all the technical challenges, which are considerable. But, if we address these, then the results will be unfathomably good and extremely worthwhile, and it'll maintain and help to grow a robust and sustainable economy and insurance industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Richard Jones, would you kindly stay with us on stage? Please don't go anywhere just yet, because we'd like to appreciate you coming from far away to join us here today. And really thank you so much for your insights, and also such a simple key messages, but hopefully we can conservatively and proactively do this and moving forward together. So to appreciate you coming here today, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Richard Jones as the CEO of Reinsurance Solutions Asia, Aon. Please allow me to invite Bapak Reza Yamora Siregar as our Independent Commissioner of Indonesia Re. Please come and join us up on stage for a photo together, and also to hand over our token of appreciation. Now, ladies and gentlemen, shortly just after this, we will begin, and also we will continue by doing our first session of panel discussion. So hopefully you're still very much excited to join us through our next few sequences. All right, for the token of appreciation, please, we'd like to kindly ask and hand over. Okay. Pat, would you kindly do us the honors to hand over our gratitude here to Mr. Richard Jones. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your time, and to our esteemed speaker, thank you for joining us today. Bapak Reza, thank you so much for joining us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, we would like to also express our gratitude to our esteemed sponsors, Aon, Keimdaster, Munich Re, Guy Carpenter, Gallagher Re, Asian Reinsurance Brokers, Bank Mandiri, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Bank BTN Syariah, Umbra, PT Mitra Integrasi Informatika, and PT Care Technologies for their contribution to this event. Let's give them a big round of applause for making this event happen today. And before we continue, let us take our time to watch a very special video featuring testimonials from our esteemed sponsors, Aon and Keimdaster. Here it is.
Hello to all our friends at Indonesia Re. Congratulations on the 2024 Indonesia Re International Conference. We look forward to our continued partnership and supporting you on all your key initiatives, including your digitalization journey. Enjoy the conference.
Saya Julianto Wicaksono, mewakili PT Kaimdastur Indonesia Insurance Brokers, mengucapkan selamat atas terselenggaranya Indonesia Re International Conference tahun 2024. Kami yakin dengan terselenggaranya acara ini, kita akan mendapatkan manfaat untuk menumbuhkan komitmen satu sama lain, sehingga tujuan yang diharapkan dapat tercapai. Maju terus Indonesia Re.
Once again, thank you so much to all of our esteemed sponsors for their help and contributions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, being mentioned in the very beginning of this event, one of our main goals is to be the center of knowledge. And by doing so, we hope by holding this annual event, we can gather all of the stakeholders here to have a fruitful discussions, to build meaningful connections. As all of the stakeholders mentioned, that it is very crucial to have a conservative, of course, efforts to make the future a better place. Now, we know that in this industry of reinsurance plays a lot of topic that is being discussed today. Now, we know that everybody is talking about all of the emerging technologies. So, of course, business transformation is taking place everywhere. And also, we're going to talk a lot about data engineering and also a lot about the innovations. And ladies and gentlemen, what about the renewable energies? Now, also, during one of the keynote speeches before, it is mentioned that we have a lot to catch up with other developing or also neighboring countries. Knowing the current landscape of this industry of reinvestment and supporting the global economic growth, ladies and gentlemen, we know that combating climate change is one of the main issues that we are handling here today. And through this event, hopefully we can analyze and critically have the answers to all of the issues that come up together. Because again, not only we have challenges, but we hope that these challenges we can turn into opportunities. Now, renewable sectors also contribute to millions and millions of people and also contribute to the economic growth as a whole. And it plays a really significant role. So today, we're going to touch on several topics that brings us to our panel of discussions. And during this event, we will have the first panel, which will speak more about navigating data engineering challenges in the insurance industry. And later on, just shortly after the lunch break, we will touch more about the growth and doing the business transformation, and also talking more about the renewable source of energy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at the first panel discussion of the Indonesia Re International Conference 2024, we'd like to proceed with our main session today, Navigating Data Engineering Challenges in Insurance Industry. And to lead this session, I will hand the stage over to our moderator today, a very inspiring and amazing lady she is. She is the current Director of Development and Information Technology of Indonesia Re, Ibu Beatrix Santi Anugrah. But before I'd like to invite you, please allow me to read your rather extensive experience and also certifications. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Beatrix Santi Anugrah serves as Director of Development and Information Technology at Indonesia Re. She holds a Bachelor of Economics degree from the Trisakti University, Jakarta, majoring in Economics Accounting, and also holds a Master's of Degree in Management from Pelita Harapan University. Her career history of more than 23 years at PT Bank Mandiri, Persero Tbk. Prior to joining Indonesia Re, she has served as the Vice President, Head of Wealth Management and Pension Fund at Strategic Investment and Subsidiaries Management Group during 2018 to 2019, the Vice President, Head of Private and Sales Wealth Management Group during 2017 to 2018, Vice President, Head of Private Banking from 2012 to 2017, She also has an experience as branch manager at 5 Bank Mandiri branch offices during the period of 2000 to 2011, and area head Jakarta Sudirman Region 5, Jakarta, and 2012. Now, with more than 23 years of experience in the world of finance and banking, she has a lot of certifications achieved, including the risk management, CRGP, and also she has the certified wealth manager issued by CWMA, the risk management certification, BSMR, and also the pension fund, general management certification, MUDP, organized by the Pension Fund Association. Now, I would not let this lead any longer because we know we're very excited to start our first session today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start with a great energy and welcome up to the stage our moderator today, Ibu Beatrix Santi Anugrah. I hand over the stage to you, Ibu.
Oke, grogi nih saya nih. Thank you Sasa for the kind introductions. Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participant in Indonesia Re International Conference 2024. Welcome to the first panel discussion, and today I will be your moderator as a first panel discussion. Navigating data engineering challenge in insurance industry. Bapak Ibu sekalian, as previously introduced by Sasa, my friends, my name is Beatrix, the director of the Development and Information Technology at Indonesia Re. Like I mentioned before, I will be your moderator today. And before I let three expert of data speakers as 3 panelists for today's discussion, I will explain first. Data engineering is the process of the building and designing system that the people collect and analyze raw data from the multiple sources and format. Especially in insurance industry like us, data engineering plays a crucial role in shaping operation, decision making, and customer experience. Ensuring reliable and trustworthy data is a priority in insurance industry. The main challenge in insurance industry now is how we can manage diverse data types, such as customer information, claim data, and policy details. The challenge is managing large data sets prone to human error and inaccuracy. This is the challenge. For Indonesia Re, for us, Indonesia Re as a reinsurance company now, we shall be able to manage diverse data types such as customer informations, data detail policy, data claims, and the other primary data sources to further explore how they can tackle the integration of the various data types to extract meaningful insight. Therefore, today, on this first panel discussion in Indonesia Re International Conference, we'll be hearing some insight from 3 panelists. Bapak Yudhistira Dwi Wardana Asnar as a head of informatics program from School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, ITB Bandung, who will be speaking to us about implementation of PDP, Personal Data Protection Law, with the theme of navigating the era of personal data protection in insurance industry. The second panelist is Bapak Arif Perdana, an associate professor of data science at Monash University, who will be speaking about catching up the game increasing up the game, increasing data governance and knowledge management in insurance industry. And the third panelist is Bapak Delvi Eka Putra, the Customer Advisory and Solution Architect of SAS Institute, who will be speaking to us about data-driven decision-making, transforming insurance industry through advanced data analytics. So I kindly invite Bapak Yudhistira, Bapak Arif, dan Bapak Delvi to join me on the stage. Please welcome. Dan Pak Delvi ya. Oke, no, before Pak Yudhistira as our first speaker ya Pak, deliver your presentation, let me read your career journey and contribution Bapak Yudhistira. His bachelor degree from Informatic Engineering ITB Bandung in 2002 and his doctoral degree from ICT International Doctorate School. Prior his current career in ITB, some of Bapak Yudhistira experiences, data privacy expert at Bio Farma on 2023, senior security analyst at General Election Commission of Indonesia 2022 until 2024, member of think tank team on Cyber Defense Initiative Ministry of Defense, and member of Desk Cyber Coordinating Ministry for Political Law and Security. Besides those wonderful experience from Bapak Yudhistira, often share his thought about data engineering through publication such as organizational patterns for security and dependability from design to application published on International Journal of Secure Software Engineering in 2011, right Pak? Evaluation of business solution in manufacturing enterprises published on International Journal on Business Intelligence and Data Mining in 2008. Now, without further ado, please welcome Bapak Yudhistira. Bapak Yudhistira, you have 10 minutes to deliver your presentation.
Okay.
Please, your stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Bu Patrick, for very kind introductions. Today the audience is quite different with the one that normally I talk is more less techy. So I try to talk brief regarding the implementation of PDP law. Okay, next. Okay, the clicker. We know that there is a disclaimer, of course, as you may know that PDP has already been enacted since 2022, I believe, that a lot of people are saying that, oh, it's not enacted, it will be enacted on the next October. No, it is enacted, but it will be enforced in the October. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a GRC guy, I'm just a tech developer, okay? Things that we need to know that what we call as personal data. I'm taking the definitions directly from the legislations. A lot of people have a slight differences and slight misunderstood, saying that, oh, my date of birth is a private information, is a personal identifiable information, but apparently in the legislation it is not, right? We need to know what are the definitions, and we start work from the definitions onwards. And we know that there is a specific data that is related with the personal data like biometrics, like health, and so on and so forth, okay, that will be very, very relevant for insurance industry and reinsurance industries, because, you know, if you would like to process a claim, for instance, you need to know spatial type of the data, whether they have a high risk, like a genetical or something like that. But now, before that, you need to know that whether the insurance company has a concern or obtain the concern or the appropriate concern coming directly from the data subject. Those are very, very important, because normally we can do whatever data that we have. Now, you can only do what you ask to do. You cannot say that, in the near future, you have an invention doing some certain type of analytics, but you never ask permission beforehand. No, you cannot do that since October 2022, and it will be enforced in October 2024. Okay, there is a data subject, data controller, and data processors. It's a very, very similar with the concept that is coming from a European Union, GDPR. We have a previous discussion, Bu Patricia, whether Indonesian Re is actually controller or processor. My educated guess saying that most likely will be processor, but we need to somehow discuss more to the lawyer and the DPO. There is a role, we call it the data protection officer. Okay, this is not really coming from IT. A lot of practices in Indonesia now saying that if it is data privacy or data protection, this is an IT that needs responsible. DPO, based on the draft of government legislations, it is not being formally released, it is still a draft, okay? DPO must understand law. No, they do not have a requirement specifically saying that they need to understand IT, no. But this legislation is very, 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 very technical. So people need to understand IT, okay, and also understand law. Some of the things that we need to know that there is a deadline, 3/24, 3 times within the 3 days, okay, not calendar, not working days, 3/24 deadline, if what you have a failure on the protection of the data. We just say that in the recent 2 weeks or in the recent months, we have a lot of incidents related with IT computer, right? It's not only locally in Indonesia, but there's a global that is recently, like last week, from a CrowdStrike, for instance. So you need to start saying that within 3 days, you need to decide which are your customers, which are the data subjects are affected, and you need to notify them. Though you have already secured those data, but you need to have an obligation notify within 3 days, right? And you need to somehow has a SLA saying that subject access request, if I'm saying that I'm changing my name to Yudhistira Asnar. So within 3 days, those requests will be fulfilled. Though they are Idul Fitr holidays, no, within 3 days, you need to process those requests. There is no exclusions based on the legislations, all right? There is a deadline for data processing termination saying that, for instance, you have a telemarketing, so I said, there is a lot of telemarketing say that within 3 days, you need to remove the data and you do not call the data subject again, okay, afterwards. And it is not, you cannot somehow renounce say that if you have an agent which is not your employer, okay, normally people can say, this is not my employee. No, everybody that works under your concerns are within your control. Those very, very interesting legislations, but they're very, very strong, and the fine, there is a 2 types of fine, which is, it is different with GDPR. In GDPR, only administrative fine, okay, penalty. In Indonesia, you have a criminal fine or penalty, and you do have also administrative penalty. Based on the legislations, 2% of the from the revenue. Okay, this is very, very easy for us, you know. When you say people, a lot of CEOs saying that, how big is the severity of a cyber risk? Now we call it just easily, 2% of your revenue, okay? Things that we need to know that there is a lot of, there is several differences between GDPR and a PDP. Then a lot of people are saying that if I have already complied with GDPR, then I'm somehow do not need to worry about PDP. There is a slight difference, okay? There is a slight difference. I wrote this one. And people that are coming from health insurance, they say that, okay, I have already complied with HIPAA, US-based legislations, right? There is a slightly bit difference. HIPAA is more technical with respect to PDP, which is good, okay? In the PDP, for instance, they do not specify what kind of protection that you need to do as an industry. This is very, very difficult, saying that whether this level of protection is sufficient or not, you do not know that. It depends on the level of risk that you are suffering, or in the PDP, they call it data protection impact analysis, okay? Those are things that somehow you need to build, okay? Some form of PDP violations, holistic, but I just concentrate to the last one, processing data beyond the stated purpose. For instance, you do some mining, you do some profiling, you do some analytics that you are not asking before, you cannot do that. As an educator, for instance, we have IDB also suffer a lot of problem when we need to remove the data of the alumni. It is within, as soon as they graduate, we remove it? No, I need to ask the transcript. Within 50 years, shall we remove? No. A lot of caleg, a lot of, caleg, or maybe in Pilkada, they have a lot of candidates ask for the transcript. They are more than 60 years old graduates, okay? They are very, very old. So we need to still keep maintaining the data. But we need to discuss with the ministry about when we need to remove the data, because they have already graduated. Because if we do not remove the data, we suffer a lot of risk regarding the data loss. Okay. These numbers is very, very important, saying that before, we always talking about data breach that happens outside of Indonesia. These are the data breach that happens here. I'm just saying that this is alleged, okay, because there is no proof, okay, there is no positive law that sanction this institution, all right? There is a lot of things that is happening. There is a national data centers incidents. The number is not really clear, okay? There is an issue in had alert also 1.3 million records that is compromised and so on and so forth. Those are, all of them are allegedly, okay, because there is no formal statement from the authority saying that how many records are really, really being compromised. Okay, and this is the interesting part. It happens also in 2023 and also happens in the PBI, okay, in the recent 2022 and 23. So in the reinsurance industry, I asked this one specifically, and a lot of problem is not only happens due to the fact that the insurance company are lack in data protections, but most of incidents in the recent incidents is due to the fact that they use services from the third party, and the compromise start from those third party. But based on the legal standing of PDP or GDPR, as the data controller, the insurance company are still responsible. Okay, you can outsource the process, but you cannot shift or transfer the risk, legal risk. Okay, not financial risk. Okay, the legal risk. You still need to be obliged to do that. Okay, there is an insurance, a lot of life insurance issue. Okay, happens across the world, European, American, even in Japan. Okay, the last example happens in Japan. Okay, what are the challenges? Okay, the challenges will be, what is the urgency? Of course, giving the legal standing, there is no debate on it. And now the problem is how people understand about the cyber threat. The risk of the data or the computer system will be lost or something like that. And how, of course, as an insurance industry, it is a great opportunity, Bu Beatrice, yeah? Because there is a, a possibility to create some of insurance, though you have a problem on calculating the fee or calculating everything. Maybe the last one, as a company, you have a problem on obtaining sufficient consent. This is very, very pivotal. I'm not the legal people, so you need to talk about legal, and business need to tell the legal what kind of processing or analytics you would like to do in the futures. Then the legal or the lawyer will write the consent very, very nicely. I always giving an example. Google is write the consent very great. They say that we will process the data to improve Google services. And AdSense is a part of Google services. Okay? So the customer doesn't really realize that they are opt into the services of Google AdSense. They think like a search or something like that. But Google always saying that we will improve our services, and AdSense is part of the services, YouTube is part of their service, and so on and so forth. Okay? So I hope with discussions, people now enlighten and then start moving a plan into intentions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yudhistira, for the presentation and very wonderful, insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question, we have a QR, in this slide we have a QR code, and you can access the QR code if you have any questions in this slide. We give applause to Pak Yudhistira about the presentation, for the presentation. For the next, before we go to the next presentation, I will give the Pak Arif. Okay, Pak Arif, I will give the slightly about Pak Arif. Yeah, Arif Perdana is an associate professor of the data science at Monash University, who will be speaking about the catching up the game, increasing data governance and knowledge management in insurance industry. Pak Arif specializing in digital strategy, data science and analytics, right, Pak? And he is also a director of the Action Lab Research Network, Indonesia Monash University, 2022 until now, and previously an assistant professor information system and analytics at Singapore Institute of Technology from 2017 until 2021. He collaborated with numerous government bodies, institutions, and private companies in Indonesia and Singapore, such as Ministry of Defense Singapore, PKF Singapore International, Crodo Holdings, Baker Tilly Singapore, RSM Singapore, the Institute of Singapore Chartered Accountant, the Ministry of Finance Indonesia, Bank Indonesia Institute, OJK Institute, and many more. And now, Bapak Arif, you have 10 minutes to deliver your presentation. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Bu Beatrix. May I stand? Because I like to standing when speaking. The slide, please. Oops. All right, everyone. So before I continue with my presentation, so I would like to set the tone so that we have this, we are in the same boat, looking at about the data governance. So data governance is actually a broad term. So it's not the responsibility of one division or one department in a company. So it's actually the responsibility of the whole company. So it needs a concerted and collaborative effort. So here you can see that the data governance is a framework consisting of the people, process, and technology on how to handle the data and manage the data efficiently and effectively. And as you can see, why data governance is becoming increasingly important nowadays, as Pak UDS already mentioned before, it's about the data protection is becoming more stricter. In Europe, they have GDPR. In Indonesia, we have PDPA. In Singapore, we have PDPA. In Indonesia, we have Undang-Undang PDP. So, other than that, the increasing data breach as well. And then, as you know that EU has already enacted the EU AI law. And even for training AI, so we need to have a strong data governance. Otherwise, it can amplify bias. So that's about the data governance. It needs a concerted and collaborative effort. And then as you can see here, data, if we manage properly, it becomes our assets. But if we don't manage it properly, it becomes our liability. So ungoverned data will create problems for companies, for organizations. So data breach, data leak, even if we are not properly manage our customers' data, and it become disaster for us. And as you can see, ungoverned data can create trouble, but governed data so will create asset for companies. As you can see, what are the governed data? So we have managed data, properly labeled data. We can classify the data, whether that's sensitive data or non-sensitive data, and we can use that for our decision making. And as you can see here, as mentioned about the definition of the data governance, so it involves accessibility, security, quality, and also knowledge, right? It encompasses every division and department in organization. And then I want to highlight the data knowledge here, because it brings me to another slide, which what is the relationship between data governance and also knowledge management? Because data governance will create a foundational framework for the company on how to ensure the quality of the data, the integrity of the data, so that later on, the data can inform the company to make the decision making, right? So previous speakers has already mentioned about the data quality. Data quality is always the problem in every organization. Sometimes we need to think about the trade-off about the data quality. If we want to have a timeliness data, maybe we need to sacrifice the accuracy, so on and so forth. There are so many dimensions of the data quality. So how can we ensure of this data quality can help us to create knowledge management? And even in the era of AI, we can use the data to train our models, right? So here you can see that the difference between data governance. So we need to have a robust data governance first to have better knowledge management. Then I would like to showcase my work with other colleagues in Indonesia based on our consultancy work. So we put it on paper. So we pseudonymize the name. It's not the real name, but actually we put this case based on the real world company. So there are some insight from this company. So particularly because this is insurance industry, insurance company, so I would like to highlight why data governance is really critical. So as you know, insurance industry is part of the finance domain, right? So whatever we deal with the finance, we need to manage trusts from our customers, and then we need to comply with the government, right? So first, protection of sensitive information. So you know that insurance company, financial institution, they collect a lot of data that includes privacy and confidentiality data. So that's why data governance is really critical. And then regulatory compliance. Finance industry, including the insurance company, so we comply with a lot of regulation, right? International regulation, ISO, local regulation, OJK, Bank Indonesia, so on and so forth, right? And then enhance customer trust. As I mentioned, trust is really critical. Without trust, so we cannot get the customers in the financial activities, right? And then, as mentioned by the previous speakers as well, risk management is really important in insurance industry. And then the unique aspect of the data governance here, complex data processing needs. As Beatrix mentioned about, insurance need to deal with a lot of types of data, personal data, claim data, right? Maybe they need to exchange data with other companies as well, right? And then integration with core business functions, multiple division, multiple departments with other industries as well. So insurance companies need to deal with this kind of complex situations. And now ethical and privacy consideration is becoming more critical. Again, as I mentioned, EU, they have the GDPR. In Indonesia, we have Undang-Undang PDP. In Singapore, they have PDPA. In US, they have multiple types of data regulations as well. Legal and regulatory scrutiny. If, let's say, financial industry have something with, let's say, they face lawsuit, for example, and then it become disaster for them, right? And then high stakes in data breaches. Nowadays, there is no 100% that institution organization immune to the data breach. What matters is whether they prepare for the data breaches or not, right? So that's the problem. And then the weakest point in the cybersecurity is human. So that's why data governance is really critical. So TrueMe is not a perfect company, but they do strive to implement this data governance. So what I find from our consultancy work, so this company try to implement the data governance, starting with the data governance and compliance. So they follow the ISO and also robust framework. So now they try to comply with Undang-Undang PDP. And when they work with the international clients, so they also with the data protection regulation in the international jurisdiction. And then they use that data for their internal knowledge management. So they implement continuous integrity and security. They do train their employees to be aware of this data governance. And then they also comply with the risks, with the regulatory, and then now they're becoming more aware about the ethical and the risks of managing their data. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Arif. Please give applause to Pak Arif for the wonderful insight about the how data governance and knowledge management plays a pivotal role in managing the luge of the data. Bapak Ibu sekalian, you can access the QR code to give the questions. If you have any question of anything else, if you want to asking about the data to Pak Arif and to Pak Yudhistira. So we go to the next panelist, right? Pak Delvi Eka Putra. Bapak Delvi Eka Putra is Customer Advisory and Solution Architect of SAS Institute, right, Pak? Who will be speaking to us about the data-driven decision making, triple DM, right, Pak? Okay, transforming insurance industry through advanced data analytics. Now, I would like to inform you that the career journey of contribution of the Bapak Delvi. Bapak Delvi is the Senior Customer Advisory PT SAS Institute, and bachelor degree from Swiss Polytechnic for Mechanic Bandung Institute in 1991, majoring in Operational Management Faculty of Economics, University of Indonesia Extension. In 1992 until 1996, Bapak Delvi has many experience on taking project manager role, such as project management office, schedule and activity management, and portfolio management. Some of his achievements throughout his career journey are SAS 2023, Q1 ASEAN Korea Award, and SAS 2022 Excellent Award. Now, without further ado, please welcome Bapak Delvi, and stage all yours, Pak Delvi, please.
Thank you. Okay. Selamat siang, Bapak-Bapak Ibu semuanya. Okay. Yeah. As we aware, I can say almost all insurance company in Indonesia right now still spend a lot of investment, a lot of effort to implement IFRS 17, or PSAK 117, right? So we are still struggling to meet the deadline on January 1st, 2025. Okay, and IFRS 17 or PSAK 117 will change drastically the way insurance doing business. Also will change drastically KPI of the board of the insurance company or reinsurance company. Okay, so let's step back a while to ask ourselves, ask you as the reinsurance or insurance company, are you ready for the next step? Are you ready for this very challenging business environment? Yeah, this is the critical things that you need to do to know whether you're ready or not. What is your state of your company right now? Let's ask. The first, maybe you need to review what is your product still profitable or not. Do you treat your customer in a nice way? Can you have all of what customer complain in the social media and give them personal response to them? Is it claim or fraud? Can you split it, make it clear if there is one claim coming to you, is it fraud or not? And so on. So please think a lot of question to know current situation of your company. Yeah. Okay. Then if you already know, you already have a lot of question, you already know about status of your company right now, then back to basic, back to the data. What data you have? It could be customer data, it could be claim data, insurance data, maybe demography, catastrophe data, and then it could be customer complaint, whatever in social media. There's a lot of data you may have. This is your I can say this is an asset for you to get the insight from this data. So back to the data, you already have the question, you already know the status of your company, then you have the data, right? But you already have the data, what to do with the data? It's nothing. Data is data in your storage, data in database. Will bring you nowhere, yeah, right? For that, we need an analytics. In analytics, we can get the insight, we can get the suggestion from your data to solve your problem, to grow your business, yeah? It could be start from your managed data because the data is not, it could be scattered in anywhere, it could be not in good quality. Then the first thing you need to do is how to manage data properly in terms of quality, in terms of governance. The first step is manage the data. The second is we can build kind of model that relevant to your business. Yeah, this is the model development. Start from build the models. It could be traditional model or it could be machine learning model. Yeah, and then the next one is we need to validate which model the most fit with your business. And the last one, we can deploy the model for daily operation. So this is the SaaS advanced analytic for entire analytic life cycle. Yeah. Okay. So SaaS advanced analytic will provide you start from data preparation, get the data from the source, clean the data, govern the data, and then visualize the data. What is your data looks like? And then we build a model using kind of modeling techniques, machine learning or deep learning, statistical modeling, natural language processing, computer vision, forecasting optimization, and modeling for decision engine or decision management and investigation. So this is the whole technique, the whole solution that can be used to get the insight from your data for your business improvement, right? Let's take a look for one example, yeah. Dynamic aturan modeling for price optimization. The question is, do you know what, is it the very optimum price you give to your customer? How you measure it? Best optimum price and highly potential to compete in the market. So, such dynamic aturan modeling will help you to use a lot of modeling technique. It could be traditional or machine learning modeling, such as gradient boosting, random forest, etc. and so on. And such dynamic aturan model will provide you champion models that will be the best model to deploy to daily business. Yeah. Of course, if we use this solution, then we can reduce go to the market of the product. Yeah. And speed up the pricing process, because in the dynamic market condition right now, to know whether our product is still needed by the customer or we need to new product with new price, we have not too much time for that. So this is the benefit of using artificial intelligence, machine learning for providing you with the optimum pricing process, right? And this is currently hype right now, yeah. This is about the generative AI. Generative AI is subset of the advanced analytic, machine learning, that the system can generate totally new text. It could be picture, it could be programming, and so on, based on your input to bunch of data. Bunch of data, or very large amount of data, will come from anywhere. Then this data, we need to give the prompt or input, then you can communicate like chat box. Maybe you already use chat box, yeah. So SAS is still in the process to build this kind of technology, but as the SAS, as the lead and trusted partner for the data and technology, data and analytics, well, concerns in 3 points. First, data ownership. Because for large language model, the data come from anywhere. We need to make sure this data is not belong to someone, because we are respect to data privacy. And the second is good quality of data will give you good insight. The third is how to optimize the process fastly, because we deal with very large of data. Yeah. Next, this is kind of use case that we can build in your company. With you have a lot of data, we give you, we use an analytic solution. We can build many use cases in the entire cycle of insurance process, start from the marketing, actuarial process, distribution or sales process, new business or underwriting, policy, and enterprise. For example, how can you segment your market? If you can do segmentation for the marketing, then you can then you can provide them with correctly marketing process, yeah. And in actuarial process, how can we use catastrophe data for the pricing, yeah. And in distribution, how can we treat our customer complaint, yeah. Customer complaint, there's a lot of complaint. Then how you respond, personalized by person. In new business, underwriting, how fast you doing the underwriting process? Do you want to give approval to this request for police or not? That's underwriting. And in billing statement, this is really claim or fraud. Can you make it sure? Yeah. And last one, how to increase your operational day-to-day business. So this is a kind of use case that our SaaS customer globally have ever made using data and analytics solution. Okay, last one, key takeaways. Yeah, IFRS 17 should become the starting point for all of insurance company and reinsurance company for transformation to increase revenue generation, increase operational excellence, and risk mitigation. The second is data is extremely valuable data unless can bring actionable insight. The last one is analytics is the only way to speed up getting decision for the business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Bapak Delvi for the presentation and really appreciate Pak karena memang waktunya yang sangat pendek Pak Delvi. Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya menerima banyak sekali pertanyaan melalui Slido. Mungkin kalau boleh ada berapa pertanyaan dari sini? Ada berapa Mas? Tadi kelihatannya banyak sekali, tapi memang waktunya sudah habis. Kita akan berikan 2 pertanyaan saja, boleh silakan. Coba ditayangkan 2 pertanyaan. Silakan Dok. Ada 2 pertanyaan yang akan kita jawab sekarang setelah dikurasi oleh tim panitia. Oke, iya. Pertanyaan pertama saya bacakan ini untuk, kelihatannya ini untuk Pak Yudhistira ya Pak ya. can insurers share insured names with RIs under PDP laws? Some insurer refuse to do this, but names are crucial for aggregating risk across different insurers. Silakan Pak Yudhistira.
Okay. If you say that they can do that, yes. Of course, especially when the insured doesn't have a permission to share the data of the policy holders to other party. Okay. Now, using a PDP, they can somehow stand behind those legislations. So my suggestion is always saying that, Indonesia Re, when you deal with the insurance, you need to make one of the term of agreement saying that you need to share the data to us, then we can somehow underwrite your risk. Otherwise, we cannot underwrite the risk. And in fact, there is a lot of study book, especially you can generate identifier that doesn't specify an individual persons, but still you know that this is the same person like the one. Okay, there's a research, so you protect PII, but in the same time you can still saying that these policyholder are the same with the one that in this.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yudhistira. And the second is in Indonesia PDP laws is the difference between handling of general and specific personal information. The second for Pak Yudhistira too, please, Pak.
Of course, there's a differences, and in fact, the specific personal information is handling more. How you call it? In terms of the value is a lot more with respect with the general one, so that. And for instance, like a genetic or biometric, as soon as you lose the control of the data, you cannot change your genetic. You cannot change your biometric. And in fact, there is a lot of insurance, like a personal cybersecurity insurance in Europe, for instance, that protect those kind of risks as an individual and also as a company. So for instance, there is a marketplace that pay those insurance. If they get sued by their customer, there is an insurance that covers the payment.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yudhistira. Ladies and gentlemen, please give big applause for the three panelists of the data, navigating data. And then unfortunately, we already arrived at the end of our first panelist today, first panel discussion today. And from Bapak Yudhistira, we learned about how insurance industry have to prepare for the implementation of PDP law that arrived at the October 2024 in this year. And then for the Bapak Arif, we learned the data governance has some critical importance in insurance, right? Such as protection of sensitive information, regulatory compliance as a asset or liability at the end of. And from Bapak Delphi, we learned that there are several questions that drive transformation in insurance industry, such as what products suitable for specific customer and how can we improve our organization, actuarial process. However, data alone doesn't drive insurance, but decision do. I may really appreciate for the three panelists today in this first panel discussion. I really appreciate for all thought that you three already share in this panel discussion, and from all the information, all the thought that we today can share to all the participants today. Once again, I would like to say thank you for all your sharing today, Bapak Yudhistira, Bapak Arif, and Bapak Delphi, for the wonderful and insightful session. Also, finally, on behalf of Indonesia Re and all speakers, I would like to close this session and thank you for all of you, for the attendee, for your attention too. We hope you enjoy the all conference of Indonesia Re International Conference in the next 2 days. Thank you, and go back to you, Sasha.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our moderator and also our speakers today. Ibu Beatrix, thank you so much. But before we conclude this session, I think I would like to invite to come and join us on stage the President Commissioner of Indonesia Re, Bapak Julian Nur. Would you kindly join us to hand over the token of appreciation, Pak? To our panel of speakers, please remain on the stage and we will conclude with a group photo or photo session together. firstly to our speakers today, and also we appreciate all of you ladies and gentlemen participants for participating in this first panel discussion, and also for you who have asked questions to our speakers today. Now, after discussing through about navigating the data and engineering, of course, ladies and gentlemen, and how it affects the industry and reinsurance itself, hopefully the thoughts given by our speakers today can be a valuable insight for all of us to move forward. Now, picture together and big smiles to the camera. And one more time. And let's give our appreciation to Ibu Beatrix as our moderator and all of our speakers today. Thank you very much. Bapak Juliano, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you may return to your seat. Thank you, Ibu. Now, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending the first session on the very first day of IIC 2024. We'd like to cordially remind all of you who have registered yourself in joining this very first panel discussion to complete your attendance form. Again, we have a prerequisite. Of course, to get your points, please, you have to complete the registration attendance form. And we'd like to show the QR code. Again, ladies and gentlemen, for the QR code, it can be easily scanned through your tables. We have prepared them on your tables. So again, please just scan them and you will be given an attendance form. It can only be opened at the end of each panel discussion. And again, for it being recorded by us, it will be a requirement for the certificate issuance. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short lunch break shortly after this before we continue with our second and also our third panel discussion of the day. As mentioned before, we will talk more about business transformation. And the third panel discussion, we will discuss more and touch on the topic about renewable energies and how it will affect the reinsurance industry. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as now we are approaching lunchtime, we will continue this conference shortly after the break. The lunch will be served at the foyer area. And again, the buffet is arranged along that location. Please take your time to enjoy the meal. And after the lunch, we will come back here at approximately 1 p.m. So again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are scheduled to join us on our second panel discussion, please come back inside the ballroom and join us here at exactly 1 p.m. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we wish you a pleasant lunch and we'll see you very soon. Selamat menikmati makan siang, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Enjoy!
We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia. We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. to support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia. We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources, with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, We protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel. To be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. And Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia. We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services. In the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources, with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia. We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products, and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services. In the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as we, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experience and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources, with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources, with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. We protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. supported by a world-class retrocession panel. To be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. Country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia. We aim to provide. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia. We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by a strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel. To be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. with experienced and competent professional talents. We provide quality reinsurance services. In the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. We hope that everybody has enjoyed their lunch and short break, as we'd like to inform all of you that the Indonesia Re International Conference 2024 will continue in just a short moment.
We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources, with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity. As the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia. We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products, and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services. In the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for Reinsurance Solutions. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources, with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity. As the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for Reinsurance Solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. For more than 35 years, through various challenges We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources, with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, we aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products and guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions. Supported by a world-class retrocession panel, to be an international standard reinsurance solution provider. We continue to strive for excellence in the acceptance process, speedy claim payments, and establishing it together as a center of knowledge and innovation for the industry. Indonesia Re continues to innovate and adapt in providing services with a sophisticated and analytic-based integrated technology information system. With experienced and competent professional talents, we provide quality reinsurance services in the spirit of Akhlak BUMN values and Indonesia Re professional working culture and behaviors. Every achievement and your trust fuel our passion and improve the quality of people's lives. As the main foundation of national development strategy, Indonesia Re is always committed to boosting Indonesia's economic growth. Indonesia Re for reinsurance solutions. We, Indonesia Re, are born in Indonesia, a strong country rich in natural resources, with a diversity of cultures. For more than 35 years, through various challenges and conditions in the insurance industry, Indonesia Re is committed to fulfilling the needs of domestic reinsurance capacity as the only government-owned reinsurance company and one of the largest in ASEAN. To support the wheels of national economic growth, as well as sustain the insurance and financial services in Indonesia, We aim to provide reinsurance solutions with a variety of superior risk transfer products. And guarantee excellent reinsurance protection for insurance companies. Backed by strong commitment to capital and corporate health, we protect and provide reliable reinsurance solutions.
Gentlemen, at the Indonesia Re International Conference 2024, hopefully everybody has had a pretty good break and a pretty good lunch, and we hope you enjoyed your time. And as mentioned before, that we're about to continue with our next session today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we still have two more panel discussion, which will bring us with a topic on business transformation and also renewable energy. But before we move on through the panel discussions, again, we'd like to inform all of you who are probably still at the foyer area, please do come and join us back inside the ballroom, and please do take your seats. Now, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished participants, for the panel discussions, we have also mentioned to all of you that we have point recognitions that you can receive after fulfilling or attending the panel discussions of a minimal 2 sessions. Now, for the AMAI points, ladies and gentlemen, you will get a number of 7 SKP atau 7 SKP. And for offline participants, and for all of you who are trying to get the point recognition for LSPMR, you'll receive a 6 PDU atau 6 PDU for offline participants. Now, again, the prerequisite for having these points transferred to you is by filling up the attendance form, by scanning the QR codes on your tables, and it can only be accessed at the end of each panel discussions. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next panel, we'd like to welcome a very special remark from a very special guest today. We have the Deputy for Law and Legislation, Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise, joining us here today online. So let's take a look at the screen and say hello to Bapak Robertus Bilitea. Good afternoon, Bapak Robertus.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
Thank you. Hello.
How are you doing today?
Good.
Good, okay. We hope that you can hear us loud and clear, and I guess that everybody and the participants here in the room can also hear and see you perfectly. But before we start, Pak Robertus, we'd like to extend our gratitude for you taking your time to be here with us, although online, but again, it's the advancement of technology, and very happy to have you and share your remarks with us. So thank you so much, Pa, and I give the stage to you.
Okay, well, thank you, Ibu, Honorable BODs of Indonesia Re, my friends, my colleagues, Pak Beni Untuk, and the fellow directors of PT Indonesia Re, who I believe they are there right now. I would like to say hello also to Ibu Maria L. Pidarita Devi and Mr. Hemat Nafal, Regional Director, Galagere, Mr. Nelson Tam, Senior Specialty Solution Ministry, and also Ibu Ersa Triwahyuni, Associate Professor in Accounting Pajajaran University. Good afternoon, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya, salam sehat buat kita semuanya. Praise and gratitude to God Almighty, because by His grace we are still given the opportunity, friends and her, to gather on this occasion at the Indonesia Re International Conference, 2024. The theme, panel ensuring regulatory compliance in insurance industry. How new challenges are driving changes in the era of transformations today. First and foremost, I would like to extend my full gratitude to PT Indonesia Re for organizing this significant event. I hope it serves as a robust platform for fostering close ecosystem collaboration among stakeholders in the insurance and insurance industry, encompassing both local and global players, as well as participants from banking, government sector, scientific communities, and others. This diverse assembly offers a unique opportunity to bridge gaps, share knowledge, and collectively address pressing challenges and opportunities within our industry. As we know that we are facing challenging business culture during these days. I believe this by the seminar, it would help us to face this challenging culture. As a deputy for legal and legislative affairs of the Ministry of SOEs, I envision this event as a catalyst for heightened awareness and understanding of current issues in the insurance and reinsurance sector. Such awareness is crucial for enhancing our collective knowledge and enabling us to apply this insight to improve business practices, regulatory framework, and industry standard. By doing so, we can contribute to the sustainable development and resilience of the insurance and reinsurance market. As we know also that the penetrations to GDP of insurance right now on the rate amongst 3% or something. By this seminar, I believe that it would encourage us to as much as possible to reach around 5 or 10% of a GDP contribution for the insurance industry. Ladies and gentlemen, the insurance industry plays a pivotal role in the Indonesian economy, serving both as a risk management support and as institutional investor. The insurance and reinsurance business are intrinsically linked to economic growth, acting as a crucial instrument for risk control. They offer protection and certainty, enabling more efficient resource allocations within the economy. During periods of economic uncertainty, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, insurance and reinsurance have proven to be indispensable in managing emerging risks. They offer stability and confidence, enabling business to continue operation and individuals to safeguard their health and assets. Ladies and gentlemen, on a global scale, the insurance industry is undergoing several transformative trends. The adoption of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence is revolutionizing business operation, making processes more efficient and user experiences more engaging. Digitalization is reshaping how insurance services are delivered, enhancing accessibility and convenience for consumers. Moreover, there is a growing emphasis on personal data protection, reflecting increased awareness and regulatory scrutiny in this area. Companies that effectively leverage technology while ensuring robust data protection can achieve higher customer satisfaction and trust. However, the rapid integration of technology also presents significant challenges, particularly regarding IT security. The rise in a cybersecurity threat, as evidenced by a recent incident like the BSI data hacking and the Bjorka braces, underscore the vulnerability that come with digitalization. It is imperative for insurance companies to implement strong governance system and rigorous security protocols to safeguard sensitive information and maintain operational integrity. Balancing technological advancement and security is crucial to mitigate risks and protect stakeholders. To address this concern, Indonesia has established regulation to protect personal data and ensure cybersecurity. One key regulation is Law number 27 of 2022 on personal data protection, providing a legal framework for personal data protection. This law outlines principles, rights, and obligations related to data processing, ensuring individual privacy is safeguarded. Additionally, Financial Service Authority Regulation number 22, year 2023 on consumer protection in the financial services sector requires financial institutions, including insurance companies, to implement comprehensive consumer protection measures. This includes clear communication, transparent procedures, and robust compliant handling system to ensure consumer rights and data are protected. Ladies and gentlemen, despite being a highly regulated sector, the insurance and reinsurance industry must prioritize strong governance and risk management to comply with regulations and manage existing risks effectively. Good corporate governance consists of 4 key elements. First, commitment from top management, governance structure, procedure SOPs, governance implementations, output, and tightly monitoring the business continuity. When benchmarking against the banking industry's risk governance framework, we identify 4 essential pillars. First, advice supervisions by the board of directors and board of commissioners, including the formation of risk monitoring committee, risk management committee, and risk management task force. Second, adequate risk management policies and procedures, including setting risk limits. The third, comprehensive risk identification, measurements, monitoring, and control process supported by a risk management information system. The last one, a comprehensive internal control system for risk management implementation. By adopting this idea, governance and risk management model, insurance and reinsurance companies can effectively mitigate risks associated with business operations. It is essential to identify, map, and manage risks proactively, especially in light of evolving business model, regulatory landscape, digitalization, and cybersecurity challenges. Strong governance and risk management frameworks not only ensure regulatory compliance, but also enhance operational resilience and stakeholders' confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, we hope that this panel discussion provides us with new insight into the latest issues and development in the insurance and reinsurance industry. May this event bring significant benefit to all of us, particularly in advancing our SOEs. Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu, allow me also to speak in bahasa. so long my understanding, teman-teman di reasuransi itu sebenarnya bertindak sebagai risk management bagi teman-teman di asuransi. Kami sangat berharap teman-teman di reasuransi bisa memberikan banyak masukan ke teman-teman di frontline, ya, untuk menutup ya, transaksi-transaksi asuransi dengan resiko-resiko yang memang sesuai dengan risk appetite-nya Bapak-bapak dan Ibu-ibu sekalian. Peran reasuransi ini dalam model 4I's Principle ini sangat amat dibutuhkan. Selain itu, kami juga berharap Bapak-bapak dan Ibu-ibu, risk culture itu perlu kita pelihara dari waktu ke waktu. Ya, tanpa risk culture yang baik, ya, yang terpelihara, ya, semua usaha yang sudah kita bangun, ya, akan menghadapi jangka pendek maupun jangka panjangnya. Saya berterima kasih sekali lagi kepada Pak Beni dan teman-teman yang menyelenggarakan seminar ini, karena seminar-seminar seperti ini menjadi penting untuk terus mengingatkan kita, ya, tentang betapa pentingnya industri ini bagi pembangunan nasional. Sekali lagi saya mengucapkan selamat berseminar. Ya, mohon maaf karena hari ini saya tidak dapat berada bersama-sama Bapak di tempat seminar. That's all my message. I give it back to Ibu MC.
Bapak Roberto Spilitia, a round of applause for him for joining us online. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, Pa. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite our next moderator for the second panel discussion, we have a very special announcement for all of you today. Now, another announcement is from Be Smart Insight. Now, as we know from our previous discussions today, that information technology is growing really rapidly. And to keep up with the IT development, ladies and gentlemen, the insurance industry needs to leverage and also to utilize big data to be able to analyze their risks. Now, as an implementation of BPPDAN or BPPDAN, vision and objectives in improving their risk analysis, Indonesia Re, with the help of Swiss Re, has developed an application called the Be Smart Insights or BPPDAN Smart Insights. Now, what does this application do? All right. The Be Smart Insights applications has 3 dashboard modules that are useful for Cadence, namely the premium dashboard. It also has a claims and premium tree, which each user can actually choose specifically which occupation that they wish to analyze. Now, hopefully, with Be Smart Insights, we can serve more ease, speed, and also accurate data. We hope that all BPPDAN members can use it as a reference to enhance their underwriting policy and thereby to, of course, positively impact their business outcome and also profitability. And hopefully, you can also try it out for this application. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to continue and proceed with our next agenda, which is our second panel discussion for the day. Now, it is our honor to have these very inspiring and also these competent speakers and moderators that have come and joined us today to share their insights with us on business transformation in insurance, empowering growth, delivering durable impacts. And the moderator for this session is Ibu Maria Elvida Rita Dewi, the Finance and Actuarial Director of Indonesia Re. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to read a short bio of our moderator. Ibu Vida has more than 25 years of experience in the insurance industry, especially in the actuary and finance. And prior to joining Indonesia Re, Vida has served as Chief Actuary and Chief Financial Officer in several national and also multinational companies, such as MSIG Life, Bhinneka Life, Astra Life, Generali, Sun Life, and also Prudential Life. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to, we have our Director of Finance and Actuary at Indonesia Re. Let's give a big warm applause to Ibu Maria Elvida Rita Dewi. I give the stage to you, Ibu.
Okay, thank you, Sasa, for your kind introduction. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After previously we are discussing on the data engineering challenges in the insurance industry, now in the second panel, we will get closer look into a new topic, business transformation in insurance, empowering growth, delivering durable impacts. So I'm Vida from Indonesia Re. Will be serving as a moderator for this panel of discussion. Business transformation in the insurance sector has become a necessity for empowering growth and deliver durable impacts. In the era of rapid technological advancement and evolving customer expectation, insurance company must adopt a holistic approach to transformation. This involves not only integrating cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, and blockchains, but also re-engineering business models, optimizing processes, and enhancing customer experience. Thus, it is not just adopting new technology, but about transforming business models, processes, and customer experience to meet changing market demand and expectation. Furthermore, the implementation of regulation framework IFRS 17 demand greater transparency and accountability, pushing insurance companies to innovate and adapt swiftly. Ultimately, successful business transformation enable insurance company to remain competitive, build resilience, and achieve sustainable growth, ensuring they meet the needs of their customers and stakeholders in constantly changing landscape. On the second panel of discussion today, we'll be hearing some insight from first Mr. Hema Nagpal, the Regional Director and Head of Catastrophe Analytic Asia Pacific Galagari, who will enlighten us about insurance digital transformation, disrupting and innovating. Please welcome Mr. Hema Nagpal. And our second speaker for this panel is Mr. Nelson Tham, Senior Specialty Solution Manager Swiss Re, who will provide insight to us about digital underwriting, the benefit and the challenges. Please welcome Mr. Nelson Tham to join. And the third is Ibu Ersa Triwahyuni, Associate Professor in Accounting, Pajajaran University, who will deliver about how IFRS 17 transform insurance business. Please welcome Ibu Ersa to join. Thank you, Mr. Hermat, Mr. Nelson, and Ibu Ersa. Now we'll invite Mr. Hermat Nagpal to deliver the material. But before Mr. Hermat deliver the material, I would like to give a brief introduction of Mr. Hermat. Mr. Heman Nagpal is the Regional Director, Head of Catastrophe Analytics Asia Pacific Category. Prior to his current role, Mr. Hemat was Head of CAT Model Development Asia Pacific at Guy Carpenter in 2007 until 2016. And he is also Director at Moody's RMS 2016 until 2021. He has more than 20 years experience across the spectrum of catastrophe analytics, model development, operational management, and technical marketing from the perspective of model vendors as well as reinsurance intermediaries across various officials globally. Let's moving along with our first speaker, Mr. Hermat. You have around 10 minutes to deliver your material. The stage is yours, Mr. Yeah, please do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and it's good to be back again this year. So the topic today, okay, thank you. So InsurTech innovators and disruptors. I think one of the things I was happy about with the booth outside was it makes my topic easier to understand. We saw how AI was transforming our pictures, right, making us look younger and fitter. So coming to the InsurTech market, okay. Let me see, this works, okay. So as we know, the market has rapidly evolved, and we are leveraging new technologies in traditional insurance models and also enhanced customer experience. As I said, artificial intelligence, big data analytics, we had blockchain as well, which is transforming and has been transforming insurance offerings and also increasing transparency. The technology applications are leading to greater efficiency, savings, and customer-centric products as well. As it continues to grow when it comes to InsurTech, it does promise to reshape the insurance landscape with even more sophisticated technologies coming into play. Today, what I'm going to talk about is the current insurance tech landscape globally, not just in this part of the world. Of course, highlight some recent innovations which are relevant for insurance and which are also disrupting the insurance value chain, and discuss some examples of successful startups. So as you can see, the agenda here is split into three sections. So the current state, then how AI is transforming InsurTech, and then a few examples of successful case studies. I'll skip through the first part in the interest of time. So when we talk about the terminology, the InsurTech terminology, of course, what we are trying to do here is trying to squeeze out savings and efficiencies from the existing insurance model. But then it's important to understand there are these two distinct business models. Of course, one is insure, the other is technology. So the first one is just about the technologically enabled risk carriers, simple, okay? What about the second one? Is it becoming very important? What about AI, pods, big data, blockchain, cloud services, SaaS applications, Internet of Things, human-computer interfaces? We have multiple handheld devices nowadays, how that's transforming insurance as well. So how does that help the business day to day when it comes to insurance? We might talk about these things, but how does that relate to insurance? So the value comes in when we are trying to do a fortification of our existing books, consolidation our existing books, cleaning up our data. We are trying to diversify or write new business, or in the reduction of current efficiencies as well, or making our current business more efficient. So the tech part is the how we go about doing it. So if you just quickly talk about the current state of InsurTech, of course, almost half of the market, as you can see, is US-driven, though there are few notable countries to mention here in this part of the world. We do see that the majority of the tech investments from reinsurance are all early stage at the moment, okay? And there's some reasons for that as well. There's some impact of the insurance, or not the insurance, the interest rates. The higher interest rates is affecting the money that is coming to the insurtech sector. The valuations also have changed, I would say, not decreased. And so a lot of these startups are in early stage. Without going into the details, I'll skip through this part as well. Coming to the most important part, okay? So how is insurtech transforming the insurance value chain? So we can't talk about disruption transformation without referencing AI or artificial intelligence. So let me try to see whether we can talk about AI in an easy way, because it is now having an enormous impact on our industry. Maybe not now in this part of the world, but soon it will. But at the same time, what we have seen is the countries which have embraced technology tend to be the ones which I would say, without giving any examples, okay, we do see that the more developed world has actually been slow in taking technology compared to the developing part of the world. Let me put it this way. And as, say, a trusted advisor for our clients, it is also our responsibility to have a very informed conversation around AI. What is its impact? What's the application? And also, are there any pitfalls in using AI in day-to-day activities? So while we see AI has a unique capability to process and analyze data faster, yes, that is there. And also more comprehensive that compared to any technology that we have had so far. So what this enables is, this enables AI to identify patterns much faster, also do predictive analysis, what you see here written as well, and greater accuracy in doing, so not just faster, not just better, but even more accurate. Of course, the important thing is the accuracy depends on the data the AI is based on. Everything comes down to the data here, okay? So while we see it's a game changer across industries when it comes to AI in swiftly processing and analyzing data, it also enables the organizations to make data-driven decisions promptly, okay? Which, of course, helps in gaining a competitive edge, because what are we trying to get out of this? We're trying to get a competitive edge here. So that comes to the AI's capability to handle complex data sets, uncover hidden patterns and correlations that may elude human analysts. However, it is crucial to ensure that the data used is of good quality. One thing I would like to also mention here, that while AI possesses certain human-like capabilities or qualities, if I may say, it is fundamentally very different from human intelligence. While it can mimic human, say, cognitive processes such as learning, reasoning, problem solving, but what it lacks is emotion and the intuition, which is part of being a human. Okay? I don't want to get into all of that conversation now, but while AI operates on algorithms and data, humans possess consciousness. So that's something to keep in mind. So this is all good. How does it help you? Okay. Let's go into maybe in the next few slides how we see that AI is playing across the insurance value chain. And these are general examples, may not be local examples, but as you can see in the insurance value chain, when it comes to product, to marketing, distribution, new business support, underwriting, policy admin, claims, and even central business operations, how different new insurtech industries have revolutionized some of those, say, value chain items. So the first one here that you see is about product development or underwriting and risk management, okay? Product development, reducing the time to take a product to the market, developing, getting an actionable insight to revolutionize pricing, product, and distribution strategy. That's where AI can benefit. And we have examples of companies doing that. Underwriting, risk management. That's one of the things that comes in conversation with all our clients, underwriting. How can we accelerate underwriting processes? How can we evaluate and handle risk? That's always one of the questions that comes up. Moving on. Sales and marketing. Can InsurTech help or AI help in it? We can have a centralized view to enhance customer engagement and drive the conversion rates, which is part of the insurance marketplace. At the same time, you can have a very tailored and accurate text for marketing and communication with the customer. Coming to claims management, always very difficult. How do we optimize the claims process and we enhance the customer experience? And the process of handling and resolving insurance claims made by the policyholders, how can we make it less painful? Moving on to the last one as well, conscious of time. So policy administration and servicing. How can we reduce the operational cost? That's one of the questions which comes to every insurance company. And after-sales service as well for policies. Okay, so maybe key takeaways, I'll take it to that, is advanced technologies, including AI, have increased adoption through the insurance value chain, and they have driven or have resulted in enhanced efficiency, customization, and faster decision-making capabilities. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hemat. Please give applause to Mr. Hemat. Again, thank you for Mr. Hemat for sharing us your knowledge and insight about the digital transformation in the insurance industry. Integrating digital technology into all areas of the insurance business is indeed a necessity to keep up the demand of industrial transformation. And the technology gives the benefit for not only making faster, better, but also accurate. Yeah, thank you. So audience, before we move to our second speaker, if you have any question or things to discuss, please write your question to the Slido, please through this QR code. We'll discuss it after all the presentation finished from all the speakers. Now, let's move to our second speaker, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Nelson Tam, Senior Specialty Solution Manager Swiss Re, will provide insight to us about digital underwriting, the benefit and the challenges. Before Mr. Tam deliver the material, please allow me to give the brief introduction of you, yeah, Mr. Nelson Tam is the Specialty Solution Manager, Swiss Re, and undergraduate mentor Nanyang Technological University. He is a certified chartered accountant with over a decade of professional experience in the reinsurance and financial industry. He has been working for Swiss Re for almost 10 years and is currently leading special solution in Asia, owning the interaction with clients to promote digitalization and automation of underwriting excellence and promote innovation within the specialty space. Mr. Nelson also have come exposure in operation, risk management, statutory and regulatory reporting and management report function. Prior to his current role, Mr. Nelson was a senior associate audit team lead at Deloitte Touch 2010 until 2013. Regional Financial Analyst Asia Regional or at RSA Asia Specialist and Reinsurance Business 2013 until 14. Financial Planning and Analysis Global Specialty Lines at RSA Asia Specialist and Reinsurance Business 2014 until 15. Senior Financial Analyst at Lightword 2015. Joining Swiss Re since July 2015. And the chairperson Asia at Raslikan 2020 until 2030 and concurrently working at Swiss Re. Now, without further ado, Please welcome Mr. Nelson Tam. And you have around 10 minutes, same with Mr. Herma, to deliver your material. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, hi everyone, very good afternoon. Before I start my session, I would like to show you a very short and interesting video. Enjoy.
What is NEOM? This is NEOM, or here to be more precise, in the northwest of Saudi Arabia. But NEOM is more than a place. It's a home for people who dream big. Bigger than that. That's more like it. It'll be a hub for innovation, an entirely new model for sustainable living. The vision for a new future. In fact, that's how it got its name. But what will be there? There's Oxagon, a thriving city at the crossroads of the world, where advanced manufacturing will enable industries of the future. Trojena, a year-round mountain destination. And just remember to pack your skis when you visit. Or if skiing's not your thing, there's always Sindala, one of NEOM's many beautiful islands, perfect for some R&R. And the line, a 500-meter high, 200-meter wide, 170-kilometer long city in the shape of, well, a line. No roads, cars, or emissions. And everything its 9 million residents could ever need within a 5-minute walk. But best of all, the entire region will offer unparalleled access to nature and will be powered by clean energy. All within easy reach of the rest of the world. I know what you're thinking. Why does the world need NEOM?
That's a good question.
The world needs NEOM because the world needs change. That's what we mean when we say
Made to change.
NEOM represents a global opportunity for one, changing how the world does business by making the region a special economic zone, easing the way for entrepreneurs to blaze their trail. Two, changing the way we live our lives with preventative healthcare and the highest standards of livability. Sounds nice, right? And three, changing how we look after nature and our planet. Because without this, what use are 1 and 2? But how will NEOM achieve these aims, you may ask? Within NEOM are 14 sectors, spearheaded by the world's best talent. Each sector has been designed to advance technology and push the very limits of human knowledge. Imagine NEOM as a prototype for a better future, a future for all. One being built to last. Sound good? Great. So when the world asks, what is NEOM? You'll know to answer that NEOM's a place that'll change the way we live on this planet. Simple, really.
Okay, may I show of hands how many of you are aware of this project NEOM? Okay, that shows that this is not a sci-fi movie trailer, okay? This is actually happening as we speak. So just a bit of context, right? Saudi Arabia won the rights of Asian Winter Games. Excuse me, speaking of winter, right? So it is going to be held in 2029. And this event will be held in part of NEOM, Trojena. Okay? So the project will be completed by 2026. That's 2 years from now. All right, so the point here is the world is changing. Whatever you have watched on the video is no longer being termed as futuristic. It is the present. Okay? Some key takeaways from the video. How the world does business. As you can see from the video, things, infrastructure, everything is getting more and more complex. Are we ready? Are we having the right data, information, insights to navigate these very complex infrastructures and plan? Next, the way we live our lives. Technologies have revolutionized healthcare with the advancements of telemedicine, personalized medicine, wearable health monitor, and also preventive health assessments. So with technology, human beings are supposed to live longer and healthier. Last but not least, how are we looking after our planet, right? Without a livable environment for you to live. It doesn't matter whether you earn a lot of money. It doesn't matter whether you are healthy. We need a livable planet. Okay, so the world is changing. We need to ask ourselves, are we ready for the change? Do we have the right capability, insights, and data to navigate these changes? So, into the proper agenda of my presentation. Okay, I'm here today to share with you digitizing of underwriting process, the challenges and the benefits. Okay, first let us look at the challenges. I'm not going to go through in detail the challenges, but I picked the 5 of them. And I think the first 2 have been very largely covered by the speakers before the lunch. Data security concerns, regulatory compliance. So there are many industry standards, market standards that we need to comply to because of all the prevalent hacking, scamming, cyber attacks. With us handling large data, we need to really consider these 2 points as the top. Third, of course, integration complexity is one of the key considerations as well. Organizations are in different phases of transformations, right? Be it at the start, middle, or end. We need to consider whenever we include new technology, new systems into your organization to ensure that there's seamless integration. Fourth, vendor selection. So we in Swiss Re Reinsurance Solutions, we like to see ourselves as partners to our clients, not a vendor. Because we have the equal skin in the game, we want our partners to be successful so that we can be successful. So this is a win-win situation. So my point here is vendor selection is very important. Benefits, everything, interest needs to be aligned. Last but not least, of course, the soft side of things, resistance to change. Management plays a very key part on this resistance to change. Change is something that is uncomfortable for everyone, right? But this is inevitable. So management needs to set the tone, need to go through the journey of the change together with the people of the organization. All right, so now, of course, to the benefits, right, which is the key component today. And with these benefits, I would like to share with you 2 examples, one from the life side, one from the non-life side. So for the non-life side, we have these solutions or this ecosystem, what we like to call the engineering digital. So this is something that we offer to our clients as a one-stop service on engineering, right? So as I mentioned, right, how we take care of the planet, we are transiting from the traditional fuel sources to renewable sources like solar, wind, hydro. Are we having the right capabilities and insights and information to navigate and to underwrite such renewable related infrastructures? Of course, so this ecosystem, this platform that we offer to our clients has these capabilities. And the focus today is on the top right, which what we like to call PUMA. PUMA stands for Project Underwriting Management Application. So this is a digital underwriting tool that is so intuitive. It guides the underwriter step by step in terms of costing large, complex infrastructures. So with Swiss Re 160 years of experience, accompanied and complement with the data sets that we have from our partners, we are able to provide the accurate underwriting methodology as well. So this is something within Swiss Re our underwriters are also using, so that we create that kind of alignment whenever we look at different complex risks. Of course, now down to the benefits, right? With digital underwriting such as engineering, digital, or PUMA, we are able to free up time of the underwriters from the day-to-day simple underwriting task, so that our underwriters can then focus on the complex stuff and also focus on product innovation, which will then link to growth, right? Growth of the company. You focus more on the profits. And with this freeing up of time of the underwriters, leaving the simple task for computers, we can then increase the efficiency, directly increasing the profitability. So these sets of benefits is nothing new to everyone when it comes to transformation and digitization. Okay, so done with the non-life side, this is the life side. Magnum. Magnum is again another underwriting tool that we offer to our life insurers. So it is across 20 over markets globally, and this is capable on 29 languages. And good news is, Bahasa Indonesia is one of the 29 languages. All right? And just to give you a high-level view what this Magnum engine is all about, right? So whenever we have information from our insured or our customers, the information will then be driven into our Magnum engine, and there is where all the automated underwriting action takes place. Besides this automated underwriting capability, Magnum has also this AI and also machine learning analytics capabilities, which help life insurers to do their cross or upsell of products based on their current clientele. So they are able to tell that this group of customers will be suitable for certain products. This frees up time of the life insurers underwriters to go on product innovation, to come up with new products catered for different group of customers. So with Magnum, you have automated underwriting, you have also that kind of analytics which will help on a portfolio level. Again, the benefits is similar to what I've explained earlier on. With automated and digital underwriting, this will help drive growth, right? When you focus on new products and also scale your business. Efficiency will be also increased, and indirectly profitability will also increase. So I will end my presentation here by saying that we, Swiss Re Reinsurance Solutions, is here to partner our clients in progressing and achieving to the peak. So thank you very much.
Give applause to Mr. Nelson. Thank you, Mr. Nelson, for your sharing and thoughts. And as we see the importance of digital underwriting, combined power of analytic and professional insight of underwriters, so its hope will result in delivering our customer level of service with steady demand. Yeah. Okay, audience, once again, if you have any question or discuss thing that you want to ask, please kindly write your question with name and company, and to whom the question is addressed through this QR code. And now let's move to our third speaker, Ibu Ersa Triwahyuni, who will share about how IFRS 17 transform insurance business. So Ibu Ersa Triwahyuni is an associate professor, lecturer, and researcher at Pajajaran University, Bandung, and member of Risk Monitoring Board at PT Asuransi Tugu Pratama Indonesia Tbk. She also has been appointed as the Commissioner of Afris Assurance. She was also IFRS Technical Advisor, the Indonesian Financial Accounting Standard Board 2011 until 2015, PhD Researcher in Accounting, Manchester Business School 2011 until 2015, member of the SAK IAI 2015 until 2023, Head of International Office Economic and Business Pajajaran University Bandung 2016 until 2019 concurrently. She is also author of several IFRS-based financial accounting books and also the author of research and article of IFRS and financial accounting in various academic journal and mass media. Please welcome Ibu Ersa. And just like Mr. Hemat and Mr. Nelson, you have 10 minutes to deliver your material, Ibu.
Yeah.
Please do.
Thank you, Bu Fida. Bapak Ibu, selamat sore. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih untuk undangannya dari Indore, and I congratulate Indore for the beautiful conference today. And thank you for having me, and also for all the participants in this room. Thank you for having me today. And we are going to discuss about how IFRS 17 transform insurance business. I'm going to provide you lesson learned from many jurisdictions that have already implemented IFRS 17 into 2023. Yeah. Hopefully this will help you also to ease the implementations, as you are now, most of the insurance company are doing implementations. Yeah. So how does IFRS 17 actually change the insurance industry? Just 3 points that I want to stress here. One, insurance obligation and risk would be measured based on updated information. Current discount rate for fulfillment cash flow and risk adjustment, for example, which is previously, before IFRS 17, in many jurisdictions, they have different type of discount rate that are being used. The second one, which is the most important thing, is insurance revenue. It will be reported on an earned basis and exclude deposits for investment components. Yeah. This is very important because it makes insurance industry comparable with other industry. I was quite surprised when I first learned IFRS 17 in 2018 that in the insurance industry, when you receive premium, so on the top of your financial report will be gross weighted premium, gross premium. Yeah. That is not comparable to other industry. In other industry, if you receive money and you haven't done anything, you haven't done any work, you cannot put as a revenue. Yeah. Although people say that, oh, that is the top line, the bottom line can be similar, but top line is also important. Yeah, if the top line, your industry is not comparable with another industry, investor wouldn't understand how to read your financial report. So IFRS 17 then make the insurance industry being comparable, which then make the gross weighted premium as a top line will not be relevant anymore. This is important. Why? Because then it will discourage the industry to make non-profitable product just to try to reach the top line number. Yeah. If the revenue, the top line is comparable to industry, then everybody will try to make a profitable products in a sense, ya. Jadi mudah-mudahan nggak ada perang harga lagi gitu, hanya untuk mengejar top line-nya saja. The third one is insurance performance. It will be distinguished two key drivers of profitability. One, insurance service result and investment result, which was not very clear in the previous financial report. With IFRS 17, the insurance industry, the reader of the financial report, the investors, the researcher like me, will know which insurance industry that is very good in their insurance service and which insurance company that is good in managing their investment. Now, IFRS 17 was issued for the first time in 2017, and 1 year later, at the first time ISB issued the IFRS 17, it should be implemented in 2021. So in 2018, 1 year after the issuance of the standard, KPMG has surveyed to 160 executives of insurance company in 30 countries and asked what are the level of change expected to be when you implement IFRS 17. And as you can see here, the actuarial valuation models and database, 74% will be high change. And IT system, 63%. Yeah? So, finance IT system. So, IFRS 17 would make the accountant understand more about actuarial work, which is used to be a black box. Yeah, many accountants wouldn't know or wouldn't care what their actuarial department are doing. And the actuarial department will learn also how their calculation will impact the bottom line of the company. So this is a good move. We understand each other, ya Bu. Yeah. So hopefully it will not a black box anymore. Although IFRS 17 is accounting standard and only provide a little guidance on actuarial valuation, but at least it gives a little bit principle guidance on how the actuarial should work within these certain boundaries. For example, risk adjustment, the IFRS 17 doesn't tell you how to do it, risk adjustment, how to calculate risk adjustment, but give you guidance on the risk adjustment should be higher if this, yeah? So, and then go to the 2024, that is first year, the first year of the IFRS 17. In 2024, the survey by European Insurance and Occupational Pension Authority, as you see, the biggest pie here is getting the data. Ini Eropa loh ya Bapak Ibu, yang asuransi industri udah keren gitu. Ya, bahkan mereka aja itu susah. Getting the data is a challenge. Granularity of data, annual cohorting. Padahal di Eropa udah ada tuh exception, voluntary exception untuk annual cohorting untuk certain life contract, ya, life insurance contract, mutual. Tapi tetap aja susah. Historical data is also a challenge. And the other big pie chart there is building the systems. Ya, ngaku aja deh Ibu Bapak, sekarang siapa yang masih struggling nih, building the system. Ya, getting the data, ya. Di Eropa juga struggling Bapak dan Ibu, jadi kita nggak sendirian. This is 6 months after the implementation. So the survey is based on the 30th of June 2023 interim report. So it is a very difficult standard. And in European insurance industry, I just want to stress here that for non-life, in the middle is non-life, yeah, mostly PAA. Yeah, 90.4% insurance liabilities in non-life insurance companies are using premium allocation approach model. Yeah, if you are from general insurance, you probably want to look what Europeans are doing at the moment. For non-life contract of more than 1 year, development of eligibility testing can be more advantageous than applying the general model. And then how about Indonesia? This is the data from OJK. Maybe it's already been presented in the morning, I'm not sure, but many of the companies are still in the parallel running, yeah. But I just want to stress out that IFRS 17 implementation can be a momentum for all of us, for Indonesian insurance to transform into a more transparent and accountable industry. Technical challenges is paramount, yes. We all agree it's a very difficult standard, yeah, very technical, but the benefit will outweigh the cost in the long run. And from other jurisdictions, we have a report already from UK, FRC report, OJK-nya, Financial Reporting Council report. They appreciate more detailed disclosure. This is based on the annual report of 2023. So this is very recent report that I presented here, just summarized for all of you. More detailed disclosure is appreciated, but FRC said that many of the companies still use boilerplate template. Jadi CALK-nya template aja gitu, ya. They ask for more firm-specific explanation, especially for the transition. Bu Bapak jangan lupa nih, transitionnya nanti apa, modelnya segala macam harus dijelaskan, ya. Australia and New Zealand, they have post-implementation review already out the report, and then many paragraphs in IFRS 17 are not clear. They are not also clear if it's also applied for PAA. Indonesia, we have KPMG survey, challenges in data and system testing, and South Korea have or tax authority confusion. Yeah, we all are also, yeah. Hopefully tax authority will revise their rules. And this is the reference list. All the data, all the charts that I present today come from this reference list. I give you the reference list, and hopefully you have time to open, and if you want to have more discussion with me, I will be available until the end of the day. Thank you.
Give applause to Ibu Ersa. Thank you, Ibu Ersa. Okay, so we have reached to the end of presentation. So I think we also have already some question that is right into the Slido. Let us read to the question. First is, what is the role of digital transformation in transforming insurance industry from a product-centric industry to customer-centric industry? So I guess this question is addressed to Mr. Hemat. Please, Mr. Hemat, to answer. Thank you.
Okay, so maybe what I'll try to do is I'll try to reframe the question, if it is okay. So from a product-centric industry to a customer-centric industry, maybe I'll say customer-centered product, if I can say that, because then that would make more sense, if that is okay. Okay, thank you. So what we have seen is, maybe I'll give you an example. When I joined in Singapore long back, of course it feels like yesterday, but long back, computers was something which was not being used, and I was with a broker. Let me not name that broker, okay? And I was very surprised, okay, coming from another part of the world and having no computers and people working still with paper, okay? And that's with a broker, okay? And come to now, where we can't live without our phones, okay? I think we can live without food and water, but phone is first thing that we pick up even after getting up, and the last thing we keep down after, well, before going to sleep, right? So it's all down to the ease of everything, okay? We remember using the phones which were clunky, big, good batteries, but everything else was bad. The screen was bad, black and white, to what we have now, okay? So what we see is these digital innovations. I know I'm taking the example of phones, which is a very bad example as well. But what we see is the technology is evolving. Cloud is there now. A lot of things are done on the cloud. A lot of the computation, not just storage, is done on the cloud. So it's very simple. I wouldn't say very simple. I would say it's more like a natural progression that slowly we will have this evolution of products which would be better, easy to use, easy to understand as well. I think one of the challenges we see in this part of the world is people do not understand how insurance works. Okay, maybe property insurance, they still, sometimes you have to explain to them, okay, I give a premium, how does that help me? If there's no claim, do I get my premium back? Sometimes even, which is very true, sometimes you have to, at the insurance level, of course, we sometimes in the reinsurance field are more niche fields, so as to say, but those problems still remain. I think a lot of that can help in terms of the digital education as well, I would say, not just the product. Okay, maybe a long-winded answer, but I hope I was able to answer.
Thank you, Mr. So let me read the second question. Let me read it. The world is evolving. How can we ensure that digital tools like auto underwriting also enable us to profitable portfolio in upcoming future? I guess this addressed to you, Mr. Nelson, please.
Right, thanks for the question. So in terms of auto underwriting, so basically, let's take a step back. Underwriting is a very key process in insurance, right? Be it life or non-life. So be it underwriting a simple risk or a complex risk, it takes time, right? If you underwrite a simple risk, it will take a very small amount of time. But usually, simple risk comes with large volume. So with auto underwriting, we basically we are telling the underwriters, let the computer deal with the simple underwriting stuff, okay? And let us focus on more value-added processes and underwrite complex risks, which are basically more lucrative, and indirectly, directly, it will channel into increased profitability. On the life side, customers today or agents today, they are very savvy, they are very informed. They would like things to move fast. So if I come to a life insurer today, I expect, I'm given a quotation, I know what I want, I just want to have it done deal. So with auto underwriting, you can increase, you can scale your business because machines can help you do the underwriting part. You can get a quotation in a matter of minutes. So this is how you can increase the efficiency of your company and in turns increase the profitability of your company, be it the life or non-life insurance. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hope this answered the question. And let's see other question from the Slido. Okay, this is addressed to Ibu Ersa. How severe you think IFRS 17 implementation will reveal under-reserving and under-capitalized of Indonesian insurance industry? Ibu Elsa, this is addressed to you. Thank you.
Ya, baik. Ini pertanyaan semua orang kayaknya, termasuk OJK. Saya nggak bisa jawab Ibu Bapak ya, tapi if we see the experience from other countries, for example in Europe, 46% of the insurance company being surveyed have lower retained earning. Jadi saldo labanya turun, Ibu Bapak ya. Banyakan di Eropa turun 46%, yang naik juga ada, cuma kebanyakan turun. Nah, tapi turunnya kalau di Eropa itu nggak gede-gede amat, 1-5% lah gitu. Jadi don't worry too much kalau menurut saya, kalau lihat dari negara lain. Tapi kan orang berpikir itu kan Eropa ya, that's Europe. Indonesia mungkin beda. The problem is the impact, the transition impact would be much more different if you are using retrospective model than the fair value model. Okay, in the transition model ya. So try as much as you can using the retrospective one, because then any shock from the IFRS 17 will be absorbed in the retained earning, not in your profit and loss for the current financial report or 2025 financial report. I was surprised a few months ago in one of the seminar, one of the life insurance company, one of the big life insurance companies said that they are going to use fair value model for every contract. It's like, why? Why would you choose fair value model? It's very few in Europe. If you see the data, most of the people using full retrospective, not the fair value model. Because the fair value model, you can only use it after all your effort has been used to try the full retrospective. It is easier, yes, the fair value is easier, but the full retrospective will give you more smoother transition number. So how severe is quite difficult. Sekarang saya justru tanya sama Bapak Ibu gitu, siapa nih yang mau sharing di forum ini? Saya kurangnya sekian miliar, sekian ratus miliar gitu. Tanya ke Ibu Bapak semua. Masalahnya nggak pada mau sharing sih. Diam-diam aja, ditelan aja ya.
Mungkin ya Bu,
thank you.
Kita sharing teman-teman yang tadi, kenapa kita lebih memilih yang mudah ya, fair value. Gitu. Bisa juga ya Bu ya, ini tapi time is over nih. Sebenarnya kita pengen diskusi ya Bu, we really like to discuss about this actually, but I think the time is over, so I think we give applause to all the speaker here. So let me allow me to take some highlight points from our discussion in this session. So from Mr. Hemat Nakba, we learned that the foresee future corporate venture capital investment in insurtech seems to be the next big thing, because as insurers and reinsurers have increasingly made private technology investment. So transforming insurance value chains for underwriting, pricing, so AI will help to reduce time to market, and then automate underwriting, real-time pricing, and risk assessment. And also for marketing and business advice, AI will help with the data-driven personalization to maximize customer acceptance. And for claim, AI will help to automate and streamline claim processing and fraud detection. Lastly, for policy admin and central business operation, AI could improve operational efficiency. And from Mr. Nelson Tam, we learned that one of the significant changes in insurance industry in digital underwriting, which have challenges and benefit, access to the next in-class expertise, technology, and data become a critical to improve the performance. And lastly, for Ibu Ersa, we learned also about the IFRS 17 change in the insurance industry, behavior in managing the risk, while there's still many lessons learned, ya Bu, from the other countries for implementation IFRS 17 that we should take a note in Indonesia as on challenges in data and system testing. So by embracing all these changes, insurance company can not only enhance their competitiveness and operating efficiency, but also deliver lasting value to their stakeholder in a dynamic market environment. So we are grateful for today, all the speakers for giving us a very fruitful and very informative and comprehensive sharing and insight. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Indonesia Re, I would like to give thanks to all the speakers and also for all the attendees today. So I transfer back to you, Sasa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Vida, for moderating this session. And of course, to all of our speakers, our panelists today, please don't go anywhere. Please do remain on the stage. I think it's best for us probably to commemorate this moment, take a picture together. Ibu, before we end and wrap up this session, we'd like to invite to come and join us up on stage Bapak Robi Yanwar Walid as the Director of Indonesia Re, to come and join us and have the honor to hand over the token of appreciation to our panelists today. And then, of course, after this, we're going to wrap it up with a group photo session. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the previous session was very intriguing. It was very interesting, talking about all the latest technologies and touching about AI as well. Now, we know that AI, a lot of people has been talking about it as a threat, but I think this is a very different and unique point of view where we see it as an opportunity to help us do better and perform better in our businesses. Now, again, let's take a great picture to the camera. Big smiles, everybody. All right. And of course, to our beloved moderator today, thank you so much, Ibu Vida, for addressing all of the concerns and having our speakers to answer them up on stage. And again, for the AI will be one of the next big things that we can utilize to help us perform and build our resiliency in this ever-changing and ever-evolving industry. How all of us, the stakeholders in this industry, can deliver better value. And again, by doing better automation, it means that we will have more time to innovate, to bring something else better. All right, ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause to all of our speakers and moderator today. Thank you so much for taking your time to share your valuable insights. Thank you. We appreciate all of you. Now again, ladies and gentlemen, to stay resilient and to have our competitive edge in this industry, I guess it is more than crucial to be able to be versatile, to be able to be adapt to know that what is the landscape right now? What is changing? What can we do to make things better? What can we do to make our chain of business being more efficient? And of course, at this time, there's also one of the topics that we'd like to touch in this international conference, which is renewable energy. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next panel discussion, we also have another special remarks on the topic of disaster risk financing and insurance, a response to substantial disaster risk and the fiscal challenges. And this will be presented by the Director of Financial Sector Policy Center, Fiscal Policy Agency. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Adi Budiarso, FCPA. The stage is yours.
Honorable President Director of PT Re Asuransi Indonesia Utama, Mr. Benny Wawaruntu, Pak Julianur, thanks a lot, representative from the Coordinating Ministry of Maritime and Investment, the representative of the State-Owned Enterprises Ministry, the Excellency Chief Executive of Insurance Guarantee Institution and Pension Funds Supervision, concurrently member of the Board Commissioner of the Financial Services Authority, Bapak Ogi Prastomyono, or this representative, distinguished speakers, moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, peace and prosperity be upon us. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to convey my sincere appreciation to PT Re Asuransi Indonesia Utama for organizing this important event to discuss the critical and in-depth issues in the insurance sector. It is a great honor for me to be able to participate with you today. I also would like to express my appreciation to all participants who joined this event here. I do hope that we can gain a lot of information and insight from this conference and to support the deepening and the growing of insurance industry in Indonesia. This year, Indonesia Re International Conference, discussing on topic accelerating transformation in insurance industry, driving growth, strengthening resilience. This topic is very relevant to this current condition. I strongly believe this is very engaging topic due to the market that is currently recovering from the crisis of COVID pandemic and also global uncertainty. Let me start with highlighting some of the global and national impacts of the disaster, and eventually we'll touch critical issues of the role of insurance sector in supporting disaster financing in Indonesia. Disaster risk financing insurance concept. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, global asset losses from disasters are now reaching an average of more than 3,000 billion US dollar per year. According to 2017 World Bank report, the impacts of disaster on well-being are equivalent to 520 billion drop in consumption and 60% more than of the asset losses usually reported, and force some of 26 million people into poverty every year. Based on the World Risk Report 2023, Indonesia is the record highest country in the world in terms of disaster risk after Philippines. According to disaster information data, BNPB Indonesia, there were more than 25,487 disaster incidents during the period from 2015 to 2021. Indonesia faces direct economic losses from disasters ranging from 20 trillion to 50 trillion annually. In Indonesia, natural disasters also impact poverty levels. 1 out of 10 Indonesians is vulnerable to falling into poverty due to disasters. According to the World Bank 2019, more than 110 million people in approximately 60 cities in Indonesia are affected by negatively impact of climate change. Furthermore, Indonesia is among the top 10 countries in the highest number of poor people exposed. Of the 76 million people affected by floods in Indonesia, 40 million live in poverty with incomes less than $5.5 per day. In the future, disaster-related losses will increase if mitigation, preparedness, and risk transfer efforts are not undertaken. The government's ability to provide financing for recovery after large-scale disasters is limited during disaster events. Each year, the government provides an average of 3.1 trillion rupiah, or $214 million in disaster reserves. Meanwhile, major natural disasters such as 2004 Aceh earthquake and tsunami resulted in losses of 51.4 trillion rupiah, or $3.5 billion, requiring more than 5 years for recovery and back to the pre-disaster condition. Given the high disaster and fiscal risk, the government has developed the Disaster Risk Financing and Insurance (DRFI) strategy to create a resilient nation and ensure the continuity of various development programs. This framework aims to meet large, timely, targeted, sustainable financing needs managed transparently to protect national finance. The strategy requires strong synergy between the government, private sector, and communities in disaster risk financing. The government's priorities in the DRFI strategy include protecting state and local assets, households, especially the low-income groups affected by disasters, and restoring social and community life. It also emphasizes strengthening the role of local governments, the private sector, and communities in disaster risk financing, empowering the domestic insurance industry, and protecting national finance. The DRFI strategy consists of 5 main strategies. First, government combines financing instruments to achieve efficient and effective financing schemes. Second, government bears or absorbs risk through national and or local government financing for frequently occurring disaster or those with small losses. Number 3, government applies contingency financial instruments as complements to the national budget in covering disaster risk with moderate or to high losses. Number 4, government builds pooling fund or pooling fund schemes to strengthen the role of national budget. And the 5th, government transfer risk through insurance or rare disasters but with significant losses. These policies are expected to strengthen fiscal resilience and government interventions in disaster preparedness and risk mitigation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, about disaster pooling fund, the Ministry of Finance, through the Fiscal Policy Agency, initiated the disaster refinancing and insurance strategy in 2018. Following the launch of the PRB strategy, a mix of various financing instruments was introduced, not solely relying on the state budget, but also including involving regional budget. The establishment of the Disaster Fund Management Agency through President Regulation Number 75, 2021, aims to ensure the availability of adequate, timely targeted, planned, sustainable disaster response to support funding, safeguarding state finances, strengthening the capacity of both central and local government in disaster funding, as well as innovative funding management for disaster response finance. The management of disaster pooling fund is foreseen by the Minister of Finance as the fiscal manager, and through Ministerial Regulation number 407, 2021, the Minister of Finance has delegated the Environmental Fund Management Agency, PPDLH, within the Minister of Finance to handle disaster pooling fund management. This is expected to streamline bureaucracy processes due to the flexibility in managing non-tax revenue funds. The disaster pooling fund is anticipated to serve as the shock absorber of the state budget during these major disasters that require funding beyond the allocated disaster reserve. The transformation of disaster risk financing through the DRFI strategy has also shifted the paradigm from proactive to reactive disaster financing, introducing risk transfer financing instruments through insurance mechanism. The Ministry of Finance continues to strengthen risk transfers mechanism through insurance and other mechanisms to complement the DRFI strategy, thereby minimizing the residual risk borne by the state budget. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, talking about insurance sector role, financial protection strategies can help countries manage the impact of disasters on infrastructure. Strategies should aim to ensure that rapid, reliable, and cost-efficient finance is available so it can speed recovery and reconstruction. Therefore, the alternative resources of funding are needed in addition to state budget, such as risk transfers, to enhance Indonesia's resilience to disasters. Risk transfers is the process of formally or informally shifting the financial consequences of particular risks from one party to another. The best known form of the risk transfer is insurance. Other forms of the risk transfer include reinsurance, insurance for insurance companies, and alternative risk transfer, which includes catastrophe bonds and derivative contracts such as catastrophe swaps. Each of the various types of the risk transfer serves a different purpose within the comprehensive financing strategy of all stages of post-disaster responses. Instruments such as parametric insurance and some forms of agriculture insurance provide rapid payouts to support financing requirements for disaster relief and early recovery, whereas indemnity insurance is better suited to providing the greater level of finance needed for longer-term reconstruction. Domestic insurance companies within a country are likely to be providers of the indemnity insurance for household and businesses, and potential providers of agricultural insurance and insurance for public assets. However, for high levels of coverage, for example, catastrophe risk, local insurance are likely to require reinsurance protection either in the domestic or international market. Domestic and international reinsurance companies offer insurance to reinsurance companies to transfer catastrophic risk. International reinsurance companies are used extensively in crisis risk financing, as they also offer policies to directly country governments. In addition, capital markets offer coverage for disaster through catastrophe bonds and other kinds of derivatives. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, talking about public asset insurance, disasters can damage public buildings and insurance assets, disrupting their service and impeding the smooth functioning of economies and societies. In addition to physical damages of the insurance assets, the disruption to public infrastructure, services such as for energy, water, transport, health, education led to greater knock-on impacts on the broader economy and livelihoods. Many assets are publicly owned and governments are responsible for their operation. After a disaster, governments often assume a significant proportion of the recovery and reconstruction costs for infrastructure, particularly for uninsured publicly owned assets. These costs that are incurred in the event of the disaster are contingent liabilities. Government also face reduced revenues when economic activities are disrupted, including activities of their own revenue-generating public assets. This reduction can create a significantly adverse fiscal impact, which leads to the slower economic recovery. Securing funding for the reconstruction of damaged assets after disaster to enable service recovery is therefore of great importance to the government. The Minister of Finance of Indonesia launched a program for the insurance of state assets in 2019, transferring risk of the damaged public buildings to a consortium of domestic insurance companies. By 2021, this program had grown to cover 5,272 buildings of 73 ministries and agencies, with total sum insured of $2.5 billion. The government is working to expand coverage to buildings from all government ministries and agencies by end 2022. 89 ministries and agencies with combined estimated assets of 4,000 trillion rupiah, or over $283 billion. In 2024, a total of 10,373 assets from all ministries and institutions of the state have been insured. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to emphasize that government has supported disaster risk financing and insurance strategy to create a resilient nation and ensure the continuity of various development programs. The strategy requires strong synergy between the government, private sector, and communities in disaster risk for financing, especially in the insurance sector role to participate in the risk transfer. I do hope this conference will help us effectively identify opportunities and challenges in developing insurance industries. We have great challenges and opportunities ahead, and with your active engagement and contribution, we do believe we can achieve more sustainable and stronger insurance sector. I look forward for your insightful views, share good practices and recommendation, and would like to listen to it. I wish all of you have a productive, fruitful discussion during conference. And lastly, I appreciate Indonesia Re for the opportunity to participate in this International Conference 2024. I do believe this is an event that will bring the new insights and creative ideas to support insurance industry development within Indonesia and financial sector development, looking forward for Indonesia Vision or Indonesia Golden Vision 2045. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adi Bodiarso. May you remain on the stage, Pa. Please don't go anywhere. Again, because we appreciate your time for sharing your insights and thoughts with us today. We'd like to invite Ibu Beatrix Santi Anugrah as the Director of Indonesia Re. Would you kindly do us the honors, Bu, to come and join us up here on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to Dr. Adi Bodiarso, FCPA. And of course, we'll continue this also with a photo session together. Silakan berfoto bersama. A big smile to the camera. One more time. Again, let's appreciate Dr. Adi Bodiarso for sharing his thoughts with us today. Thank you very much, Pa. And Ibu Beatrix, thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after hearing another special remarks, now, distinguished guests, thank you so much for attending the session before. And again, on the very first day of IIC 2024, we'd like to cordially remind all of you once again to complete the attendance form using the QR code that is already available in your tables. Now, this attendance form can be opened right at the end of each panel discussion sessions so that it could be recorded in our systems as a requirement for your certificate issuance. Again, we'd like to inform you that by attending the panel discussions that we are holding today during this conference, you may receive the point of recognition. For AMAI is for 7 SKP and for LSPMR is for 6 PDU. Again, for all of you to be able to get these points transferred, you have to complete the attendance form by scanning the QR code. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to our very last panel discussion for the day, we would like to once again express our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed sponsors, Aon, KM Daster, Munich Re, Guy Carpenter, Gallagher Re, Asian Reinsurance Brokers, Bank Mandiri, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Bank BTN Syariah, Umbra, PT Mitra Integrasi Informatika, and PT Care Technologies. Once again, thank you so much for your support in making today's event happen. And before we continue our session, let us take our time to again watch a video featuring testimonials from our sponsors, Aon and KM Daster.
Hello to all our friends at Indonesia Re. Congratulations on the 2024 Indonesia Re International Conference. We look forward to our continued partnership and supporting you on all your key initiatives, including your digitalization journey. Enjoy the conference.
Saya Julianto Wicaksono, mewakili PT KM Dastur Indonesia Re International Brokers, mengucapkan selamat atas terselenggaranya Indonesia Re International Conference tahun 2024. Kami yakin dengan terselenggaranya acara ini, kita akan mendapatkan manfaat untuk menumbuhkan komitmen satu sama lain sehingga tujuan yang diharapkan dapat tercapai. Maju terus Indonesia Re.
Again, thank you so much to all of our sponsors. Our heartfelt gratitude to all of you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we'd like to move on to our last panel discussion of the day as our focus will shift to a very critical aspect, the renewable energy landscape. Now, during the sessions in this morning, a lot of our speakers, our keynote speakers, have mentioned about the renewable energy and how it plays a role during the economic growth globally, here nationally as well, and how reinsurance also takes part in this. And for this session, we have assembled a panel of experts who would further delve into the topic of renewable energy insurance, addressing the climate risk. To guide this insightful discussion, ladies and gentlemen, we would have Sharifah Rahma, a renowned news anchor from CNBC. Now, Sharifah here has joined CNBC Indonesia since 2019 with several notable responsibilities, such as hosting and moderating programs, conducting prominent interviews, and also content research and creation. Now, during her career journey, Sharifah has achieved a lot of awards and achievements, such as the first runner-up as None Jakarta Pusat. She has also received scholarships from Jarum Beasiswa Plus and from PPA ITB and so on. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending our welcome for our moderator up on stage, Sharifah Rahma. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Thank you so much, Hasa, for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third panel discussion of Indonesia Re International Conference IIC 2024. The topics for the third panel discussion is renewable energy insurance, addressing climate risk. As previously introduced by Sasa, I'm Sharifah Rahma. I'm currently working as a journalist from CNBC Indonesia, and I will be serving you as a moderator on this panel discussion. Thank you so much, Indonesia Re, for having me. And ladies and gentlemen, renewable energy insurance is pivotal in this context, providing a safety net for investment in solar, wind, hydro, and other renewable energy sources. This form of insurance mitigates the financial impact of unpredictable events, ensuring that projects can withstand adverse weather conditions, technological failures, and other potential disruptions. In our discussion today, we will explore how insurance solutions are evolving to meet the unique needs of renewable energy sectors. Our experts here today will share insights on how insurance can support the resilience of renewable energy infrastructures against the increasing frequency and severity of climate-related events. Moreover, we will address the broader implication of renewable energy insurance on climate risk management by providing financial protection and stability. Insurance not only encourages investment in renewable energy, but also contributes to the global efforts in combating climate change. As we embark on this dialogue, let's consider how we can leverage insurance to drive the transition to renewable energy, ensuring that our path to sustainable future is both secure and resilient. Once again, this is important. Secure and resilient. That's our key for today's discussion. And thank you once again for joining us, and I look forward to an engaging and insightful discussion. Thus, on this third panel discussion in IIC 2024, we'll be hearing some insights from. I would like to greet and invite the panelists to join me on stage. The first one, Bapak Agus Pratamasari, CEO of Landscape Indonesia and also one of lecturer at Business and Management School IT. Good afternoon, how are you? Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the second panelist, Bapak Putra Adihuna, as Managing Director of Energy Shift Institute. Good afternoon. Last but not least, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Tabasam Raza, Executive Director Planning and Development Research Foundation, Inc. Planades. Please join us on stage. How are you? All the way from Philippines, thank you so much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be hearing some insights from our panelists here one by one. They already have their presentation. And the first one, we will be hearing some insights from Bapak Agus Pratamasari, CEO of Landscape Indonesia, and also one of lecturer at Business and Management School ITB, who will be speaking to us about the theme is from brown to green, establishing the connection to renewable energy. But before the presentation, I would like to mention a short biography of Bapak Agus. So he is the Chief Executive Officer or CEO of Landscape Indonesia and a lecturer at School of Business Management Institut Teknologi Bandung or ITB. Bapak Agus earned his postgraduate degree from Energy and Resources University of California, graduated in 1999. He was the co-founder of Sustainability MBA program. Currently, he also works with Otorita Ibu Kota Nusantara (OIKN) on the environment and natural resources in a change of including compiling the Nusantara Net Zero Strategy 2024 and so on. So, Pak Agus, the stage is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, tuan-tuan, puan-puan, bapak-bapak, dan ibu-ibu sekalian, salam sejahtera. It's a very, very good afternoon today. I would like to discuss about the stress tests on the energy sector imposed by climate change, and that would basically mean, how the impacts of climate change would affect the energy sector, the energy industry, how mitigating climate change will affect the energy sector, and eventually, of course, how that would imply changes in financial risks. And that would be probably what is relevant to all of us here. Let's get started with the first slide. We have seen quite a lot of so-called natural disasters, and from my point of view, it is not, or at least no longer natural. The disasters have been more intense and more frequently than before. And I think a very, very interesting fact is that 3 days ago, on Sunday, the 21st of July 2024, we are experiencing the hottest ever day in the human history. There is no other day in our human history of 30 million years, at least what is recorded in the past 800,000 years, that was hotter than the 21st of July 2024. And the past 12 months were the hottest months ever in the human recorded history. And it's already above 1.5 degrees Celsius. It's already past what the Paris Agreement have targeted us to keep the increase of temperature below. So this is where we are now. In the United States, upside of $30 billion has been spent for the so-called natural disasters. And this is borne by you guys, the insurance industries. And that's only the United States. There are many, many other countries that are experiencing exactly the same. And as we speak now, California is experiencing wildfires. A lot of houses are burned today. That's going to be paid for by you guys. So next one, please. So this is the monthly temperature that we see in the past 12 months. Constantly, we are above 1.5 degrees Celsius. Exactly the target that we are trying to avoid with the Paris Agreement. The next one, please. So what would those disasters have to do with us? Well, very obvious, of course, that changes in climatic condition, increased temperature, changing of regional weather patterns, extreme weather events, they all will disrupt the economy, good or bad things. And by 2050, it's expected that 1/3 of the world's economy will have to go to pay for all these disasters. And by 2050, that would be about, if I'm not mistaken, $40 trillion out of $120 trillion of the world's economy. And that is the business that you have to face. The impacts of climate change on specific energy technologies, ample, and I would probably not to belabor each and every one of them. But, first of all, open pit coal mines will get inundated. You will get disrupted from getting coal out of their mines. Infrastructure in oil and gas, both terrestrial and offshore, will get disrupted. Thermal power plants will be affected. Even nuclear power will be affected. You may have remembered that, I think it was 2020, if I'm not mistaken, that France, whose energy system, 70% probably or 80% of their energy system is nuclear power plants, they basically said no, their energy system is not going to be disturbed by climate change. They're wrong. Half of their nuclear power plants stopped operating because they ran out of water to cool down their power plants. That's what happened. Hydropower will reduce its capacity because there's less water, and solar and wind will get disrupted, especially because they are very, very much exposed to the elements. Biomass energy, we're going to see a lot less of it because of the extreme droughts. And of course, pipelines and transmission lines will all get disrupted. And we all know that every time there's natural disasters, powers will have to be taken off. No power during disasters. And that we are going to see more of in the near future. So let's discuss about what would happen if we are trying to mitigate climate change, if we are trying to address it, if we are trying to transition ourselves from fossil fuel to renewables. And the next slide, please. What happened is that when we are thinking about our energy system in the past, we didn't actually calculate, we didn't consider that we actually have to transition from fossil fuel system to renewables as early as this. And as a result, we have to retire early quite a lot of assets that are otherwise would have been still operational. Last year at the 28th Climate Conference in Dubai, there's a call to triple renewable energy power capacity and double energy efficiency. Renewable energy is gaining momentum. It goes all the way up. It actually even beat the price of fossil fuels. Renewable energy gets cheaper than basically coal, oil, and gas. And I think it was IEA that made the statement a couple of years ago that solar power has become, or had become at the time, the cheapest source of energy ever known to us. Solar, yeah. And I think it's in Indonesia. It's even proven, with the Cirata solar farm that it actually produces very cheap electricity. Now, with all that, and then pressure surmounts, NGOs, local communities, they actually force us to transition even faster, because the co-benefit of renewables actually is quite significant. Jakarta has become one of the dirtiest city in terms of air pollution globally. We have 20 coal power plants around the city. So just imagine the co-benefit if we retire early those 20 power plants. What would that do to Jakarta's air pollution? It would get reduced quite considerably. So changes happen. in terms of policy because of pressures both from within Indonesia and externally from abroad. Technology changes, a lot of people say that, Stone Age doesn't stop because we are running out of stone. So fossil fuel age will not stop because we are running out of fossil fuel. Market, we see that renewables are getting cheaper and the society's pressure on this. The next one, please. Now, the impact is happening right now financially because of what is called stranded assets risk. Because what happened is that we still have a lot of coal, we have still a lot of oil, we have still a lot of natural gas. The question is, what are we going to do with it? Now, the problem is that if we pump them out and we burn them out as we plan them, we're basically not going to reach the target of 1.5. We're not even going to reach the target of 2 degrees. We're going to continue heating the planet, which basically means that it's not possible. But the thing is that, if you look at the business plan of each and every energy companies in the world that are listed, they actually are planning an over production of fossil fuels. This was not thought of before, of course. Climate change is relatively a new risk. But this is what is happening. The problem is that if we stop using fossil fuel, then what happened to the financial obligations that the companies have to their investors, what the companies have to their lenders? That is what is called risk of stranded asset. I wrote an article, if I'm not mistaken, on Compass on this. This is real, and this is happening already today. If you are aware of what is called JETP, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, Indonesia is planning to retire our coal power plants earlier, and that's because of this risk, the stranded assets risk. Risk that our assets will have to stop operating, will have to stop providing benefits long before its productive age. That's what stranded asset means. Next one, please. So, because of that, funding for fossil fuels, especially coal being the dirtiest among them, is harder to find. Banks are not happy with the risk, and as such, they try to not anymore finance fossil fuel projects. The World Bank, the ADB, and many other multilateral development banks have already stated that they will stop, or they have stopped investing in fossil fuels, which means that money is harder to find for this sector, and cost of money will go up. And as the statistics show, coal power projects finance has fallen so significantly because of it. So next one, I think that is very much what I have to say, and I hope that would be a good opening to my colleagues to continue on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Agus, for interesting presentation. Thank you to describe our phase in transition energy right now, and especially our readiness as a financial institution to facing the energy transition from brown energy to green energy. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to our next speaker, if you have anything to ask or discuss with our panelists here, including Pak Agus, please kindly write your question on Slido through this QR code. We have the QR code on the left and right screen right now. So please just do scan and write your questions there. We will read your questions on Q&A session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next we would like to move to our second speaker, Bapak Putra Adi Huna, as Managing Director of Energy Shift Institute, who will be speaking to us about transforming issues into action, addressing climate issues through renewable energy investment. But first, let me inform you the career journey and contribution of Bapak Putra. So he is the Managing Director at Energy Shift Institute, an energy finance think tank focused on Southeast and East Asia's energy transition. He gains his bachelor degree in engineering from Bandung Institute of Technology, ITB, in 2005, and a master degree in public policy from LSE in 2020. Pak Putra also took business leadership development program from Mays Business School in 2012 until 2017. And prior his current career at Energy Shift Institute, some of Bapak Putra employment experience are Energy Economics and Policy Advisor, columnist at Illuminum, Asia Technology Lead at Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis, advisory panel at Southeast Asia Energy Transition Partnership. And now, without further ado, please welcome Pak Putra Adi Guna. Now you have 10 minutes to present. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Selamat sore Bapak Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Panel terakhir biasanya selalu paling berat, tapi tadi Pak Agus sudah membuka dan mungkin nanti akan dilanjutkan. So, my presentation will be short. It's like 7 minutes. I'll try to keep it that. And I start with this, right? Most of you here are coming from the insurance business. When we talk about climate, people tend to talk about the big ones. But the example here is actually quite as far as big ones it can be. You know, something as insignificant as melting of road asphalt can be indirectly related to the climate and the rising temperature. So the message that I'd like to bring here is really some things are visible, but many other things relating to your business may not be that visible. You know, it may relate to the higher temperatures, you know, road meltings and things like that. Pak Agus already discussed about the rising global temperature, and I'm sure every one of you here are aware of that. So, since we talk about the renewable energy, talking about it in Indonesia's context is always a bit difficult, so I'll try to pull a few steps back to look at it from a global perspective. When we talk about energy sector, there's a reason why you keep on hearing energy, energy and climate, and this is why. On the left side, you can see that the energy sector contributes about 3/4 of the global emissions. So whenever people talk about emissions and climate, energy sector will always be at the center of the discussion. Now, in the center, this is actually some of the potential emissions reductions. Apologies for that font mistakes, but this is basically one of the reports that outline everything that the world can do to mitigate emissions and climate impacts. Now, it may look a bit complicated, but if you look at the cost chart, you can see that the blue color means low cost and the red colors means high cost. And the energy sector, you can see on the right side, is one of the biggest potentials at the lowest cost. That's why you see the big charts and you see a lot of blue numbers there. So when people have so many options, you can see many familiar options here. You know, some may be your favorites, some may not be. You may see nuclear energy, carbon capture and everything. That may be considered high cost. So that's why people tend to look at the renewable energy first. Now, this is what's also happening as we speak. But Agus briefly mentioned about the declining cost. Now, I'd like to put a contrast between what's happening with coal, that's your black line on the left chart, and the decline of the solar and wind over the last 2 decades. So today, on a simplified terms, renewables is cheaper than coal and gas at a global level. But look at the map on the right side. The map on the right side gives you an idea of the cheapest energy in every country. So in most of countries across the world, you will see solar and wind as the lowest cost energy, except those in black. Unfortunately, we're part of those black colors. Some of this is resource-based because we have a lot of coal, but some of it is also policy-based because we have a cheap domestic coal policy. So it's important to note this context whenever we talk about cheap energy, because it can be influenced by technology, but it can also be influenced by policy. And this is actually one of Indonesia's key challenge when we talk about renewable energy adoption. Sure, we have a lot of coal, but how do we use that coal to help us transition because the world is moving ahead? Now, this is to give a bit of comparison on where India, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam looks like. These are the clean electricity generation. You can see that we're still lagging behind. I think this story has been told so many times, but I hope the chart that we see before can give you a bit of context why that's the case. Because as long as we're in black, there's little incentive for many people to kind of shift away. So the picture you see on top, I'm sure many of you are familiar. This is covered in many news outlets, probably in CNBC too, Mbak Rahma. So this is Indonesia's biggest floating solar PV, which is a great progress for the country, right? This is one of the biggest one in Southeast Asia. But get the statistics. India built the same capacity every 7 days last year. So when we talk about big achievements, we also need to put it into the global context. For a country as big as Indonesia, this is a big step. But if India built that every week, then we have a lot of catching up that we need to do, right? So we see all the others, the geothermals and also the wind, that still we have to catch up. So the best way to compare renewables, and a lot of you guys in the insurance business, is actually to look not just the small, the big ones by this mean the PLN's power grid, but also to look at the other alternatives as well. Let me explain to you what does that mean. And this is my last slide, by the way. So when we talk about energy transition, there's a tendency to think that it's a simple thing. It's a one item, line item. But in reality, it can be further from the truth. Because when you talk about energy transition, renewables, there's so many different perspectives of what we're talking about. Perspective number one, Indonesia is a coal country. How do we diversify Indonesian economy? And how to use that fund to help Indonesia to transition? Renewable energy will also going to be part of that answers, right? A lot of the big companies, coal companies are trying to shift away slowly, and one of their capital expenditures toward renewable energy. Second one, you look at the downstreaming. Whenever Indonesia want to talk about downstreaming and global value chain, it cannot escape renewable energy. So by this, a lot of this may reminds you that a lot of these projects doesn't actually powered by PLN's power grid. It's powered separately by a different coal plant. So some of these companies may want to look at renewable energy on their own, right? We know that it's not easy, to do a lot of investment in renewables within the big power grids, but also try to see it in the smaller ones like this one. Not of less importance is to look at renewable energy for the accessibility of the villages and remote regions, because in the past, when we talk about energy, it's always big. If you know what a coal plant looked like, it's big, 1,000 megawatt, 2,000 megawatt. But now you can actually build it in smaller manner. So this is why you can actually deploy solar panel in villages or at home. So this will help us to energy transition with the villages. The big one is going to be the transitioning of the existing system. We have so many coal plants. Today we have about 30 to 40,000 megawatt. How do you transition for that? And renewable energy and resources. There's the word resources there for intention, because there's a lot of talk about bioenergy in Indonesia. Palm oil-based bioenergy, this bioenergy and that bioenergy. Keep in mind that whenever you're engaged with any business that do bioenergy, sustainability of bioenergy is important, right? There's no way you can get around that questions. And the last one is, of course, when you talk about industrial competitiveness. Again, there's a lot of efforts that try to look at renewable adoption, not just on the big power system. By big power system, to give you a context, 70% of Indonesia's power demand comes from Java and Sumatra Island, mostly served by PLN. But PLN's situation is a bit complicated because they're strained financially. So a lot of efforts is actually going to these kind. They're building solar rooftop because what they're trying to do is that they're trying to remain competitive on the global market, but they're trying to create their own solutions. So each of these tells you that energy transitions and renewables means different thing. And for all of you that insurers in the room, you are actually the first feelers of what's happening on the climate effect globally, right? As the rising temperatures, the impact on hurricane season and so forth comes, the insurance industry is actually one of the first casualty. So I'd like to put it simply that the best insurance at a global level is actually to mitigate emissions. But of course, for today's discussion, I think it's important to keep in mind that all of you guys in the room has a big role to do two things: to shift capital from the old energy to the new energy, and also to fuel the new energy for the future and renewable energy. So thank you very much. So I hope that doesn't pass the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pak Putra, for wonderful insight about the vital role of energy as the heart of climate challenge and the key to the solution. The science is clear. To avoid the worst impact of climate change, emission needs to be reduced by almost half by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050. And once again, to achieve this, we need to end our reliance on fossil fuels and invest in alternative sources of energy that are clean, accessible, affordable, sustainable, and reliable. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to inform you, if you have any questions to our panelists here today, don't forget to scan the QR code here on the left and the right screen right now. So don't forget to mention the name of the panelists whom the question is directed to. And now let's move on to our third speaker, Professor Dr. Tabasam Raza, Executive Director Planning and Development Research Foundation, Inc., Planades, who will be speaking to us about the role of planners and decision makers in localizing disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. But first, I would like to read the short bio. Professor Dr. Tabasam Raza is a distinguished expert with over 3 decades of extensive professional and academic experience in addressing uncertainties through disaster risk reduction, DRR, and climate change adaptation, CCA tools. Professor Dr. Raza focuses on integrating these strategies into the early stages of urban and regional planning. His progressive expertise spans local, national, regional, and international settings. Specifically, he excels in disaster risk financing and investment in climate change adaptation, insurance strategy, utilizing alternatives financial mechanisms such as microinsurance, index-based insurance, catastrophic pools and bonds, crop insurance, and soft loans. Without further ado, please welcome Professor Dr. Tabasam Raza. The stage is all yours and you have 10 minutes. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks and gratitude to the President, our President Director Benny, for inviting me on this very big platform to express my knowledge and share my experience with you through some case studies. So the topic of my presentation today is the role of planners and decision makers in localizing disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. Can you reduce a little bit echo? Because it looks like that I'm talking to myself. Kindly reduce the echo of this sound. Hello? Hello? One more time. Hello? Yeah, that's it. Okay, so I remember a joke, but I will not crack that joke today because the time constraint of this echo thing. So let's go to the next slide. My presentation outline covered 4 topics, and the first topic is role of planners and decision makers in localizing DRR and climate change, which means disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. Here I am not emphasizing on mitigation because that is a very slow set phenomena, and it need another kind of seminar on that. So I will stick to my disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. So the second topic is availability of mandates in localizing DRR and CCA. And the third topic is mainstreaming DRR and climate change adaptation in local land use and development planning model. So the fourth one is the action planning. So you have heard that when you start some planning, you do the process and at the end you have an action plan. So action plan will depict that what you are going to achieve later. So that's what we are going to do now. I will code, first of all, Roberto. He said that the most significant factor in insurance company is the strong governance system. So I will start with that. So there are some questions to be answered. The main question is, what are the roles of planners and decision makers in localizing DR and CCA? So I'm basically talking about our role, me as a planner and city mayor as a decision maker. Because we are not decision maker, we are planners, and we are frustrated planners, because once we make a plan, then we give to the city government, and then they don't implement, we get frustrated, right? So we call that planners are usually frustrated. So now let's go to the localizing. What does it mean? Localizing means to bring the national policies to trickle down to the local level, which means local government units, how they are acting to align their policies of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. So by mainstreaming DRR and CCA at very early stages of land use and development, or you can call it master planning process. So each and every country has planning process, how you plan to grow and develop next 10 years, next 25 years. You have planned to develop new cities, you have planned to develop new municipalities or village. So the political system in the Philippines, from where I came all the way to communicate with you, has similar breadth, like national, provincial, municipality, city, and barangay. So our barangays in Philippines is equal to the village in the Indonesia. So let's see, this process is very important because no city or no local government grow without the plan. So there are mandates which force the city government to come up with the local plans for the betterment and to improve the quality of life of the people. That plans are very integral part of our society. So however, the following questions still need to be addressed. Question number one is, what is the local governance system? As I told you, the Roberto was saying a while ago in the previous session, that is a very important part. So the answer is, check the local governance system of Philippines and Indonesia. So there is a picture. I have many slides, but what I will do, I will just flash those slides for you. I'm not going to explain them, but you can bring it later with you and get some references, okay? So one thing here is common is participatory and responsive local service delivery. This research was done in 2015 around when we have new development goals. So Sustainable Development Goal, Sendai Framework, and Paris Agreement. So we find out that both countries, cities, Philippines and Indonesia have similar governance institutional comparative assessment. So here we see that Philippines and Indonesia both have 39.25, and both have a problem with the participatory process. Next question is, what are the existing policies, strategies? So at the local level, we are decentralized. Therefore, our policies trigger us towards the betterment of our local government constitutionally. So let's see what we have. In Philippines, we have these pillars which force the local government to provide the facility and prepare the plans, which include, among other, local climate change action plan and local disaster risk management plan under Republic Act 10121 and Republic Act 9729. So these are the local government codes which are forcing the local government to prepare their respective comprehensive land use plan, mean where and how you will use the land of the city, and then how you develop that land is a development plan. So these are constitutionally and local government code of 1999 trigger that you have to do it. Then there are other relevant laws. So if there are no laws, you are not bound to do that. So therefore, if you want to come up with a policy, make sure there is a mandate for that. So you are forced to do it. Next. So the third question is, which is basically the last question, how the planners and decision makers localize DRR and CCA. So there is a decision maker engage planners, the city government who basically handled by or run by the mayor or the CEO, which is chief executive officer, he make the decision. And he hired the planners to give him figures, numbers, facts and figures so he can make decision. So he hired the planners to mainstream DR and climate change adaptation in local planning process. And implementation, funding and investment, coordination and collaboration, and monitoring and evaluation. Examples from the Philippines is this one. This is a very complicated model. Not really, it's just a flow diagram which tell you how the city governments in the Philippines make their plans. So each guidepost has output. So if you look the guidepost number 3, there is output LDRRMP, Local Disaster Risk Management Plan, and you will see on the left corner there, this one, there, do we have a, here. This one, this is already the output. So each city has their disaster risk management plans, and each city has their local climate change action plan. And if you want to see, there are guidelines available, they call it CIDRA. So climate change, climate risk, climate and disaster risk assessment. So if you follow this model, you will come up with the proper, here, you can come up with the proper, where is this? Okay. So anyhow, we go back to the, yeah. So try to get this model, it has outputs, and the main output of the model is resilient city. And that is the main driver of this conference, strengthening resilience. So after you have model, you assess those risks, you come up with the action plan. So if you look what has done in the assessment, we have tried to check the risk of the city at different level, especially if you look those red circles, it says that what is the adaptive capacity of the city or a village, and what are the main sensitivities there, what are the hazards which are where the main element at risk are exposed. So looking those risks and exposure, we try to look how we can adapt if there is any gap between the protection. So we look into the percentage of surface with access to coverage or to infrastructure related measures, or you can say insurance coverage. This is a very localized. So if we give this kind of data to the city government will become with different conclusions, and they will different, outcomes. and they will propose program, projects, and activities such as energy efficiency, renewable energy, and sustainability green infrastructure. Actually, my presentation is up to here, where you can have risk pooling example, which I have introduced in the Philippines through the ADB, that is Philippine City Disaster Insurance Pool, rational design, and then we have also some kind of provincial where we develop the maps showing the monetary value of the damages which can be potentially happen, and we use the probabilistic approach here to look the disaster return period. Let's say the earthquake return period is 100 years, then what will be its damage to the property, how many % property will be collapsed. So based on that, we prepare the maps, and these maps will tell you the red color signify that it has a Philippine pesos, let's say 1 million to certain millions. So basically the underwriter can look those numbers and come and localize the disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation by giving and by providing the program, projects, and activities. I will share the last slide with you, which is the mainstreaming disaster risk reduction, and there are DRR related program, projects, and activities. If you look the last column, these are the non-structural measures, and one of the measures is risk transfer, insurance, knee insurance, catastrophic bonds, or CAT bonds. So these are the decisions which are made by the decision maker, being a policy formulator, and from our side, we give these kind of calculations to let the mayor know how sensitive is your city and what kind of hazards this city is exposed of. So the rest of the slides are for the purpose of giving you tools. You can have this slide and check those action plans at international level, where GDP is, the loss is measured by GDP, and then there is a modified framework which I have done after OECD, ADB, OJ event in Jakarta, July 11. We have this conference and there was this model presented, and I modified this model after that to include the Sustainable Development Goals. Most significant Sustainable Development Goals which are aligned with the insurance is 1, 2, 3, 8, 10, 11, 13, and 17. So with this one, I will flash some of the slides for you so I can complete it, because there are more slides for the purpose of reference. So this is what we get from the coroner economic damage assessment. You can do it using these formulas at a very local level, at your level, if it is a disaster for you. Then at a barangay level, village level, then city level, then national level. And that is how you can see the Indonesia and Philippines has number of laggings in SDGs vis-a-vis enabling condition for insurance sector development. So this is for the Indonesia. Some of the slides I get it from the conference, and you can also use it for your reference. And this is our model from here, and this is the last example on decision makers have been discussed by the previous speakers. And number one is, as a part of the Indonesian government strategy to build resilience against natural disaster, the Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia launched the disaster risk financing and insurance strategy for Indonesia in 2018. The strategy aims to obtain timely, triggered, sustainable, and transparent disaster risk funding scheme, explained by Budi a while ago. He explained the figures and the numbers in his remarkable. And for Philippines, I can give you example of issued by the World Bank, the first ever sovereign catastrophic bond in Southeast Asia provided the government of the Philippines with US $225 million in protection against earthquake and tropical cyclone risk over 3 years. So sorry for taking a little more than time than my time, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Raza, for the wonderful and valuable insights about the increment of disaster risk will lead us to adjust our urban planning paradigm so we could have the strong improvement to adapt with climate change, especially from the regulation and policies. Thank you so much once again. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to all of our panelists here. Now, as per I announced earlier, I would like to read your questions from the slide. I guess it's gonna be a lot because our topics is very interesting right now. Okay, so the questions, the first question, is funding for fossil fuels will be harder in the future? It is actually good or bad, especially on insurance and others financial institution? Interesting questions. Who wants to answer this question first? Okay, Pak Agus.
Terima kasih. Very, very good question. Actually, I saw two questions addressed to me. One is on standard asset, and second is on funding for fossil fuels. Let me address the one on stranded assets. What does it mean to the insurance company? I think what it means is that if a lot of these companies, these fossil fuel companies, this power or coal-fired power plant companies are insured one way or another, its cash flow especially is insured one way or another, then the early retirement of these assets, of these power plants, of the mines, will basically affect the insurance company. You need to basically early retirement basically is letting go of potential incomes in the future, and as such, it is actually a money-losing business, and it is quite significant the losses that the company needs to pay, and that needs to be borne by whomever that covers the cash flow risks. And on funding for fossil fuel, it is indeed good for the environment, but the question is, if you have already gone halfway in putting together the financial structure for fossil fuel assets, and then all of a sudden you just realize that the cost of money actually goes up, and it affects your cash flow in the near future. The insurers who covers the cash flow risk will have to bear the risks. So is it good or is it bad? It's good for the environment. It may actually be potentially bad for the insurance company. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Agus. And what's interesting is that if we see the question, it's quite heavy on the transition itself, how we gonna do the concrete action for the transition as the second and the third question. We see transition from fossil energy to renewable one is not that simple, especially for developing countries like here, Indonesia, but there is target to achieve net zero emission. What's your thoughts? So, okay, Pak Putra, please proceed.
Thank you for the questions. Firstly, nobody knows what does a 2050 net zero look like. Not even the Europeans know what it will look like. Let's be clear on that. But collectively, globally, people are progressing. My first answer to that is not to compare Indonesia to the world, but to compare Indonesia to the peers. Compare Indonesia to India, Vietnam, Thailand, and so forth. Because by doing that, we can get a better idea where we are today, relevant to the people who are competing for FDIs to us, right? So if anybody asks, is it easy? It's not easy. A lot of the burden will be coming in the transmissions, blah, 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 a lot of geeky technicalities. But I think it's most important for us to actually look at the small progress, and that's why I presented to you earlier the comparison for us and our peers. Now, if we're outside of this room and ask a layperson, they would think that Indonesia has undergone an energy transition. Frankly speaking, we haven't started. Right, so I think it's important for us to start small, but compare to our peers, and not to worry about 2050. But I always give a small tip to anybody who asks the public officials, what is your plan for the next 12 months? Because that's really how we're going to gauge the energy transitions, not a 30-year plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But we're doing the concrete action, right? Okay, and maybe, Prof, you wanna add to the answer? Maybe comparing to Philippines.
Hello, this is regarding the transition from fossil fuel energy to the other alternatives. So based on the data availability, you can see that there is much more transition happening in Philippines in terms of alternative energies by having the solar panel systems there. And I don't think so there is a very abrupt change in or transition from fossil fuel to any alternative energy. It is not possible at the moment. It is due to the reason we do not have resources to entail with the alternative energy. We do not have the infrastructure at the moment. So to come up or make the transition, you need to place a ground first for the infrastructure. And I totally agree with the gentleman that let's see others, how they make the change, and so we can learn from good practices from them. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a lot of questions here, so maybe I can pick one. Okay, this is for you, Professor. What is the government's role in DRR and CCA, which are crucial for a country's survival, and how does insurance contribute to mitigation efforts?
Okay, while I was presenting, I have one example given there, risk pooling, which was also discussed previous speakers. Risk pooling is something where you join few cities together and then pay the premium as each city, regardless of how much is the premium for one city, does not differentiate from the other city. So you are pooling the risk. So if one city gets trouble, then this pool can be used to fix that problem. So that is one of the way you can mainstream disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in the cities level. And the second one is you must incorporate these risks at a very primary stages of planning. Because without plan, there is no implementation in the Philippines. You have a plan, it has number 1, 2, 3, 4 development plans or development projects. So each development project should incorporate climate change and disaster risk reduction at a very primary stages, and that is basically happening there. And that is the way which can give the, which can improve the quality of life of people there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Last question here. What insurance industry can help to accelerate in transition energy? Maybe I would like to add something to this question, how we can collaborate, especially as we know that in energy transition, what we lack is maybe data, historical data from previous projects. So how can we collaborate more in providing and gathering the data so it can support the insurance industry and it can support the whole energy, clean energy industry itself. So who's gonna, I think I'm gonna ask to each and every one of you. Yeah, Pak Agus first.
Yeah. I can get started. What could insurance company do? First is that I agree that renewable energy may actually not be immediately utilizable, But most of what it is perceived risk. A lot of funders, a lot of financiers have not seen renewable energy as they see traditional energy like coal, oil, gas, and others. They still think that this is a new thing, there's a new technology, and there are risks that are unknown. Yeah. If you, as a risk company, could delve in and realize that it is actually not much more than perceived risk, than it is about actual risk, then you may be able to actually lower, for example, the policy for risk coverage for renewable energy projects. There are so many risks in the fossil fuel sector that have not even been considered when you started the insurance policy. And that would actually break the book of a lot of energy companies. Eventually that would break the book of their insurance companies. With renewables, the risks are actually not the perceived risk, yeah? The actual risk are actually quite low. And as such, you could actually get them insured at I would say, at a lower policy rate. So, and I also, if I may, touch on the question about net zero, yeah? Net zero target. Is it difficult for developing countries to reach net zero? I happen to advise the new capital of Indonesia to put together a strategy to reach net zero by 2045, 15 years earlier than the national target of 2060. Is it possible? Is it not only possible, it's easy and it's even cheaper, because we get started from a blank canvas instead of transitioning from assets that you have already invested. And there are so many cases like this. Professor, you are a planner. Cities are built on a daily basis in the developing country, right? I mean, we had Bintaro Jaya, we had Bumi Serpong Damai, we had Sentul, we have so many things. So building cities is the name of the game in a developing country. And if you get started with something new and you get it right from the planning side, you get it much easier, much cheaper than transitioning from a long-term asset that you've already invested that you didn't think of earlier. Thank you.
Wow, very insightful answer. Thank you, Pak Agus. We're moving to Pak Putra.
Yeah, thank you. A big and impossible ask is actually to ask the insurers to slowly back out of the fossil fuel. But a more measured answer is to reconsider carefully what are the risks associated with the fossil fuel industry. Because Indonesia, let's bring down to Indonesia. 60% of Indonesia's coal export is heading to China and India. And that's why we need to figure out what China and India is doing. Both countries are major coal producers, but they are the top two renewable energy adopters. So once their energy system shifts, the entire coal industry in Indonesia will shift. So please reconsider these risks. Always keep in mind what China and India are doing, because they can cause a big risk for Indonesia. Now, for renewables, just a small addition. I'm coming back to your point about data, Mbak, is that data sharing is important. I know it's difficult. Two things. Number one is, of course, the competition between insurance companies, right? You will compete about which one has the best data. The other complications is, of course, the technology is changing. Like battery, for example, every 6 months you will hear new types of batteries. What are the risks and things like that? So it's unavoidable that there will need to be more knowledge sharing across the insurance industry, both the developed market as well as the emerging markets, because only by that we can kind of tiptoe our way across the energy transitions. Because obviously you guys are very accustomed to risk management. which means that to measure the risk, you need a lot of experience. Unfortunately, at this case, we don't have a lot of experience on the ground. Therefore, we need a lot of sharing across the region. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Putra. It is difficult, but still it had huge opportunities ahead of us. So, last but not least, Professor.
Okay. I am totally agree with the two gentlemen because there is no abrupt transition. It's not possible. We heard the whole day, there was a word pop out again and again, and even Mr. Tam used that word more than 20 times, and that was change, right? Change is the only thing which is constant, because this keep on changing. And if we will not adopt our policies, as gentlemen said, that along with the planning process, we will left behind. So we have to look our competitive advantage, that if Indonesia is producing a good quality charcoal or coal, it should not export all the coal and get the bituminous bad coal for our own country. So what you have to do is, you have to do it through the redevelopment policies. One is development, then the other one is redevelopment. And you notice Singapore is a very small country, but it has no development departments. It has more redevelopment partners because they keep on redeveloping the same thing again and again and giving more innovative touch to that. So what is our Indonesia innovative touch here? And that's what you need to give it, to make the insurance industry to give you something which they can give when they go reinsurance for a city, and then they build a dam for city to reduce the damage for next year to the people. So in the next 20 years, they don't have to face any damage. They don't have to pay anything because they have invested on the dam there, construction of dam. And that was done by the insurance industry. So here, insurance industry can also play a role, a very, very significant role by coming up in development, in innovation, to say how we can do or accelerate the transition from coal industry to alternative energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, please give a round of applause to our panelists here. Actually, I want to dive deeper to our topics, to delve deeper, but our time is very limited. So once again, thank you so much, Pak Agus, Pak Putra, and Professor Raza. And if I may conclude from this whole discussion, I have to say that the climate change has the massive negative impact to our society if we don't anticipate it properly. Besides the impact, we still have some opportunity to change the negativity into positivity. That's what we get from this, the optimism from this panel discussion. The energy transition and carbon storage will help us to improve our product that align with market demand. To increase our readiness, we have to improve several sectors in our urban planning, leading to the emergence of new insurance products for the market. So once again, I would like to thank Pak Agus, Pak Putra, and Prof. Dr. Raza for the wonderful and insightful session. And finally, on behalf of Indonesia Re and all speakers, I'd like to close this session by thanking all of the attendees, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for your attention. We hope you enjoyed this presentation, and thank you so much once again for insightful session today. Go back to you, Sasha. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to our panelists and also our moderator, Sharifah Rahma. Thank you so much for this enlightening session. Please don't go anywhere and remain on the stage as we will wrap this up with a group photo together. But before that, I would like to invite Bapak Dalil Khairat as the Director of Indonesia Re to come and join us and show our appreciation to our panelists and also our moderator today who have dwelled into such an interesting topic. And of course, by handing over the token of appreciation, and then we will continue with a photo session together. Now again, we'd like to kindly remind to all of our distinguished participants today, to all of you who have participated in this third or last panel discussion, don't forget to scan the QR code that is available in each of your tables to access the attendance form. Now again, as a prerequisite to get your points and to get your certificate issue, once again, you must complete this attendance form for us to be able to check that. Again, once again, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. A group photo together. Big smile to the camera. Now, after discussing the topic on renewable energy, thanks again so much to all of our panelists today. Thank you so much, Bapak Del Khaira, for your time, to our speakers, and to our moderator. Thank you so much, and you may return to your seats. Of course, that has been such an interesting topic to discuss about, and hopefully, since we still have another day of our conference, we still have plenty of time to discuss and engage in such fruitful topics. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, we have concluded and we have reached the end of the first day of the IIC 2024. Now, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, amidst the volatility that is happening in the insurance industry, I think it's very crucial that we consider a multifaceted approach, from trying to navigate through the data engineering to leveraging and utilizing the advanced technology into bringing a more sustainable business approach, such as digital underwriting and other automation processes. Because like everything in this world, our challenges evolve. And talking about climate change to the implementation of the new regulations such as the IFRS 17, the world is changing, the way we live is changing, so does the way we do business. Now, what we can do together is to adapt, to be resilient, to stay strong, stay relevant, and stay ahead in the game, and still have our competitiveness, our competitive edge in this industry. So, with that, with all the challenges that we are facing together, let's embrace these changes and stay focused on creating added values to contribute to more good in this world. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly remind you that we still have another day of enlightening discussion and session. For you who have registered to our sessions tomorrow, please join us here again at the Westin Jakarta, because we will start our session at 9 a.m. Now, just a little topic for tomorrow's main panel discussion. It will be around the future of insurance, enhancing enterprise data center as corporate strategic enabler, and another topic that is widely being conversated now, Indonesia's green taxonomy. What it is like, tomorrow we will delve more into that. We look forward to welcoming all of you back for another day of knowledge sharing and network. So with that, thank you once again. I'm Sasha Lauder, and on behalf of Indonesia Re, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Have a wonderful evening. Let's close this off with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for your very great engagement and energy, and see you tomorrow. Thank you.